Hello guys, welcome to Pika Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Ash rescued an injured Lusamine and she rewarded him by making him the king of Aether Foundation. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Storm and Salvation. The storm came without warning. One moment, the sky over Akala Island held nothing but scattered clouds and the golden light of late afternoon. The next, a wall of black thunderheads rolled over the mountains with unnatural speed, swallowing the sun and turning day into premature night. Lightning split the darkness in jagged forks, and the wind rose from gentle tropical breeze to howling fury in the span of minutes. Ash Ketchum pressed his back against a banyan tree's massive trunk and squinted up at the chaos above. Rain hammered down in sheets so thick he could barely see Pikachu huddled against his chest, the electric mouse's ears flat against his skull. Pikachu muttered, clearly unimpressed with nature's display. Yeah, I know. Ash shifted, trying to keep his partner dry with his jacket. Should have checked the weather before we came out here. They'd been training in the jungle since morning, working on combination moves, pushing their limits, preparing for whatever challenges Alola still had to throw at them. His traveling companions were back at the Pokemon Center in Heihei City, probably sitting down to a warm dinner right about now. He'd planned to join them before sunset. So much for that plan. The wind shifted, carrying a new sound beneath the thunder. Ash straightened, his head turning automatically toward the noise. Something mechanical. Something wrong. Through a gap in the canopy, he saw it, a sleek white aircraft fighting against the storm, its engine screaming with the effort of staying airborne. Lightning illuminated its hull, and Ash caught the symbol painted on its side, a stylized letter A enclosed in a hexagon. He'd seen that logo before. Aether Foundation. The conservation organization that ran the artificial island north of Akala. The aircraft banked hard, trying to climb above the storm, but another gust caught it broadside. One engine coughed, sputtered, and died in a spray of sparks. No, Ash breathed. The aircraft spiraled. The pilot fought for control. Ash could see the wings adjusting, desperate corrections that bought seconds but couldn't change the inevitable trajectory. The craft disappeared behind the ridge to the northwest, and a moment later, the sound of impact rolled across the jungle. Not an explosion. Something worse. The grinding shriek of metal tearing apart against stone and wood. Ash was running before the echo faded. Pika. Pikachu leaped to his shoulder, clinging tight as Ash crashed through underbrush and vaulted fallen logs. The rain blinded him. Branches whipped his face and arms. None of it mattered. Someone had just crashed. Someone might be dying right now, and he was the only one close enough to help. The jungle fought him every step of the way. Mud sucked at his feet. Streams that had been ankle-deep trickles that morning now ran chest-high with churning brown water. Ash plunged through them anyway, gasping at the cold, dragging himself up slippery banks with bleeding fingers. Lightning struck a tree 50 yards ahead, close enough that he felt the heat and smelled the ozone. Pikachu's cheeks sparked in reflexive response, and for a moment the world went white. Ash didn't stop. The crash site revealed itself through the rain, a wound torn through the jungle canopy, trees snapped like twigs, earth gouged in a long furrow that led to the crumpled remains of the aircraft. Flames licked at the wreckage despite the downpour, fed by leaking fuel that the rain couldn't quench. Ash took it in with a single glance, the cockpit crushed against a boulder, the passenger compartment torn open, bodies in dark uniforms scattered motionless in the mud. Security personnel, from their builds. And near the center of the wreckage, moving weakly, a figure in white. Pikachu, with me. He approached the bodies first, not out of callousness, but necessity. If anyone could be saved, he needed to know. But the first guard's neck bent at an angle that no living human could survive, and the second had been thrown into a tree trunk with enough force to leave a dent in the bark. The third was partially buried under debris, not breathing, no pulse. Dead. All of them. Ash swallowed hard and moved toward the survivor. The woman in white lay half inside the ruined passenger compartment, pinned by a section of collapsed ceiling. Blood matted her long blonde hair and streaked down the side of her face from a gash at her hairline. Her eyes were closed, her breathing shallow and rapid. A clefable crouched beside her, crying out in distress, one of its small arms hanging useless at its side. "Hey," Ash said, dropping to his knees in the mud. "Hey, can you hear me?" The woman's eyes fluttered. Green, he noticed. Pale green, like sea glass. They focused on him with difficulty. "Who?" "My name's Ash. I'm going to get you out of here, okay?" He was already assessing the debris pinning her, calculating weight and leverage. "Pikachu, see if you can find something I can use as a lever. A branch, piece of metal, anything." "Pika." Pikachu bounded into the wreckage, nose working. The woman's hand caught Ash's wrist with surprising strength. "My people, I checked. I'm sorry." Her grip tightened, then released. Something shifted in her expression, grief, but controlled. "Filed away for later." "The pilot?" Ash glanced toward the crushed cockpit. "No." She closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, they were clearer. More focused. "There should be a medical kit. Red case. If it survived. I'll find it. But first I need to get this off you." The debris wasn't as heavy as it looked, crumpled aluminum rather than solid steel, but the angle was wrong. Ash couldn't lift it alone, and shifting it carelessly might cause more wreckage to collapse. He needed leverage, or he needed his Pokémon. But his other Pokeballs were back at the Pokémon Center. He'd only brought Pikachu for the training session. "Pikachu, forget the lever. I need you to use Iron Tail on this section here." He pointed to a specific joint in the debris. "Not too hard, just enough to weaken it so I can bend it away." The woman watched him work, her breathing evening out as she forced herself toward calm. "You've done this before." "Not exactly this." He positioned himself, ready to grab the metal the moment Pikachu's attack weakened it. "But you learn things, traveling." "Ready, buddy." Pika. Pikachu's tail gleamed silver, and he struck with precision honed by years of battle. The metal groaned, buckled. Ash grabbed it before it could spring back and hauled with everything he had. His feet slid in the mud. His shoulders screamed. But the debris bent away from the woman's body, creating enough space for her to move. "Can you feel your legs?" he asked. "Yes." She shifted, testing. Pain flashed across her face, but she didn't cry out. "Bruised. Maybe a cracked rib. Nothing that should prevent movement." "Good. This is going to hurt, but I need to slide you out. Ready?" She nodded, and Ash pulled. The woman bit back a scream, her hands fisting in the mud. Ash kept moving, smooth and steady, not giving the wreckage time to shift. In seconds, she was free, lying on open ground as the rain washed mud and blood from her face in equal measure. Her Clefable immediately rushed to her side, nuzzling her hand with desperate affection. The woman stroked its head with trembling fingers. "Arya," she murmured. "You protected me." "She's hurt," Ash said, examining the Clefable's arm. "I can set the bone if you trust me, but she needs a real Pokémon Center." "I trust you." Ash worked quickly, splinting the Clefable's arm with material torn from the ruined aircraft. Arya whimpered but didn't struggle, seeming to understand that this human was trying to help. When he finished, she leaned against his hand for a moment, a clear expression of gratitude. "Now you," Ash said, turning back to the woman. "Can you walk?" "I don't know." She tried to sit up and immediately went gray, her hand flying to her side. "The ribs. Worse than I thought." Ash pulled out his phone. No signal, the storm was blocking everything. He could wait here, hope the weather passed and help arrived, but the woman's color was getting worse, and he didn't know what internal injuries she might have. The fire behind them was spreading despite the rain, the wreckage beginning to truly burn as fuel found new paths. No choice, then. I'm going to carry you, he said. We need to get you to somewhere I can call for help. There's a trail about 2 miles west that leads down to the coast road. 2 miles. In this storm. She looked at him steadily. You'll kill yourself trying. Maybe. Ash shrugged. But I'm not going to let you die here, so we're doing this. Can you hold on to my neck, or do you need me to bind you to my back? She stared at him for a long moment, and something in her expression shifted. Surprise, maybe. Or reassessment. I can hold on. Ash helped her up, then turned and crouched so she could wrap her arms around his shoulders. She was lighter than he expected, too light, probably, but still a full-grown woman, and carrying her through miles of storm-ravaged jungle was going to be brutal. Arya, can you follow us? The Clefable nodded, cradling her injured arm against her chest. Pikachu took position beside her, clearly intending to guide and protect. Then let's go. The first mile nearly broke him. The trail he remembered was underwater, transformed into a rushing stream that would have swept them away. He had to detour higher into the hills, fighting through vegetation that tore at his clothes and skin, finding footholds on slopes that wanted to crumble under his weight. The woman, she still hadn't told him her name, drifted in and out of consciousness. When she was lucid, her grip on his shoulders tightened, helping him support her weight. When she faded, she became dead weight that threatened to pull him over backward with every step. He talked to keep her awake. It was selfish, maybe, he needed her conscious to help carry herself, but it also kept his own mind focused, gave him something to think about besides the fire in his muscles and the cold that was seeping into his bones. I'm from Pallet Town. Kanto region. Started my journey when I was 10. Pikachu was my first partner. He paused to haul them both over a fallen log, biting back a grunt of effort. We've been traveling together for 6 years now. Competed in leagues across, 7 regions. I always lose eventually, but we keep getting better. You've been traveling since you were 10. Her voice was faint but curious. Alone? Not alone. I've had friends with me most of the time. But yeah, I left home at 10. That's normal for trainers in Kanto. It's not normal. It's insanity. She coughed, and he felt her body spasm with pain. Children wandering the wilderness, facing dangerous creatures. Pokemon aren't dangerous. Not if you treat them right. He shifted his grip, tried to spare her ribs from his shoulder movement. Most of them, anyway. Some you have to be careful with. But my team, they're family. I trust them with my life, and they trust me with theirs. She was quiet for a moment. Then, that Pikachu. He evolved from a Piku, yes. He could evolve further, into Raichu. Why hasn't he? He doesn't want to. And I wouldn't make him do anything he doesn't want. Even if it would make him stronger. He's strong enough. And strength isn't everything. Ash smiled despite his exhaustion. Besides, he'd look weird as a Raichu. I'm used to his face the way it is. Pika Pika. Pikachu, trotting alongside the injured Clefable, sounded both offended and pleased. The woman laughed softly, then winced. Ah. Don't make me laugh. Sorry. No more jokes. They walked in silence for a while. The rain began to ease, the thunder moving south, but the darkness remained. Night had fallen while they struggled through the jungle, and now the only light came from occasional lightning and the faint glow of Pikachu's cheeks. Lusamine. Ash paused. What? My name. Lusamine. She shifted against his back, trying to find a position that didn't aggravate her ribs. I should have said earlier. I apologize. I'm not at my best. You were just in a plane crash. I think you're allowed some slack. He started walking again, adjusting to a new path that looked slightly less treacherous. I'm Ash. But I already told you that. Yes. Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town. 6 years traveling. 7 regions. Her voice was growing stronger, more focused. You compete in leagues. But you said you always lose. Yet you keep competing. Losing's not the same as failing. I learn something every time. Get better. Push my limits. He shrugged, which was hard to do with someone on his back. I'm going to win someday. Just haven't gotten there yet. Most people would have given up by now. I'm not most people. Lusamine made a sound that might have been amusement or might have been pain. No. You're clearly not. They emerged from the jungle as the storm finally passed, leaving behind a sky washed clean and glittering with stars. The coast road stretched below them, empty and rain-slicked, leading toward the distant lights of Heahea City. Ash's legs gave out on the final descent. He went down hard, twisting to take the impact on his shoulder rather than drop Lusamine. They rolled to a stop against a guardrail, both gasping, both alive. Are you hurt? Lusamine asked. She was trying to push herself up, examining him with sharp eyes. I'm fine. He wasn't, every muscle in his body was screaming, and he was pretty sure he'd torn something in his back, but compared to her, he was fine. Just need a minute. You carried me 2 miles, through that. She looked back at the dark mass of the jungle, then at him. Why? What do you mean, why? You were hurt. You needed help. That's not a reason. Anyone can say those words. Most people would have left me, called for help, hoped someone else would reach me in time. Her green eyes were steady, searching his face for something. Why did you risk your life for a stranger? Ash considered the question. He didn't usually analyze his own choices, he just made them and dealt with the consequences. But Lusamine seemed to genuinely want an answer, not reassurance. Because I could, he finally said. I was there. I could help. So I did. It was stupid. You could have died in that jungle. Yeah, probably. He smiled, exhaustion making him honest. But you would have definitely died if I hadn't tried. Those were bad odds for you. I had a chance. Seemed fair. Lusamine stared at him for a long moment. The starlight caught the blood drying on her face, the tangled mess of her once elegant hair. She looked nothing like the polished executive he'd glimpsed in occasional news stories about Aether Foundation. She looked human. Fragile. Real. You're remarkable, she said quietly. I'm tired, Ash said. And we need to get you to a hospital. Can you? His phone buzzed in his pocket. Signal restored. He pulled it out to find 17 missed calls from various friends and an emergency alert about the storm. He ignored all of it and dialed the emergency line. Yes, I need an air ambulance to the coast road north of Heahea City. I have a crash survivor with serious injuries. The aircraft went down in the jungle, coordinates are. He checked his phone's GPS, I'll send them. She needs immediate medical attention. And there are. He swallowed. There are bodies at the crash site. Her security team. They didn't make it. The dispatcher asked questions. Ash answered them, keeping one eye on Lusamine. She'd gone quiet, her expression distant. Processing, probably. The people who died tonight had been hers, employees, protectors, maybe friends. Within 10 minutes, he heard the sound of helicopter rotors. The medical team that descended was efficient and well-equipped, clearly Aether Foundation personnel called in to retrieve their president. They surrounded Lusamine with careful professionalism, stabilizing her injuries, preparing her for transport. But before they could lift her stretcher, Lusamine's hand shot out and caught Ash's wrist. Wait. The medical team paused. I need to speak with him. Her voice was the one Ash imagined her using in boardrooms, calm, commanding, absolutely certain. Alone. Before anyone else. The lead medic hesitated. Ma'am, your injuries are not immediately life-threatening, as you've already confirmed. 1 minute. The team withdrew to a respectful distance. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder, watching Lusamine with curious yellow eyes. Arya, the injured Clefable, remained close to her trainer's side. When I reach Aether Paradise, Lusamine said quietly, I will have my people send transport for you. You will come to me there. We have much to discuss. I'm glad you're okay, but you don't owe me anything. I just did what anyone would do. No. That's precisely the point. Her grip on his wrist tightened. You did what almost no one would do. And you did it without expecting reward, without calculating benefit, without even asking my name. Her green eyes locked onto his with unsettling intensity. Do you have any idea who I am? President of Aether Foundation. I saw the logo on your aircraft. Then you know I command significant resources. Influence. Power. She released his wrist but held his gaze. I can reward you beyond anything you might imagine. I don't want a reward. I know. A faint smile crossed her blood-streaked face. That's why I want to give you one. The medical team was growing visibly anxious. Lusamine allowed them to lift her stretcher, but her eyes stayed on Ash until the last moment. Come to Aether Paradise. Tomorrow, if you're able. Tell them I sent for you personally. She was being loaded into the helicopter now, disappearing behind medical equipment and bustling personnel. There is something I must offer you, Ash Ketchum. Something that has nothing to do with money or favors. Something larger. The helicopter door closed. The rotors spun up, and the aircraft lifted away into the star-filled sky, heading north toward the artificial island that floated on the horizon. Ash watched it go. Pika? Pikachu asked. I have no idea, buddy. He scratched behind his partner's ears. But I think we just got involved in something complicated. Pika Pika. Yeah. When is it ever simple? The walk back to Heihei City took another hour. Ash's body was running on fumes by then, every step an act of will, but he kept moving. The alternative was collapsing on the road and sleeping in a ditch, which seemed undignified. His friends descended on him the moment he walked into the Pokemon Center. Mallow was furious, Lana was tearful, Kiawe was stoically relieved, and Sophocles had apparently been tracking every emergency frequency trying to get information about the storm. Professor Kukui arrived minutes later, having received word from someone about Ash's involvement in the crash rescue. Are you hurt? Kukui asked, hands on Ash's shoulders, examining him with the practiced eye of someone who'd seen plenty of training injuries. I'm fine. Just tired. You're covered in blood. Not mine. Mostly not mine, anyway. There was a crash. Aether Foundation aircraft. The president was hurt, I got her out. That caused a stir. Mallow's eyes went wide. Sophocles immediately started searching for news on his tablet. Even Kukui looked impressed. Lusamine? He asked. You rescued Lusamine. She was trapped in the wreckage. Her security team was dead. I couldn't just leave her there. Of course not. Kukui smiled, pride warming his voice. That's not who you are. But Ash. Lusamine is not a simple person. Aether Foundation is not a simple organization. Be careful. She invited me to visit her. At Aether Paradise. Did she? It wasn't a question, and something flickered in Kukui's expression that Ash couldn't quite read. Will you go? Yeah. Tomorrow, if I can move by then. He looked at his friends, at their concern and their curiosity. Something's going on. I don't know what yet. But I need to find out. Then we're coming with you, Mallow said firmly. I don't think, she didn't say you had to come alone, did she? And we're not letting you walk into something weird without backup. Ash looked around the group. Lana nodded. Kiawe crossed his arms, clearly in agreement. Sophocles was already researching Aether Foundation visitor protocols. He could have argued. He didn't. Okay. Tomorrow. All of us. But even as he said it, he remembered Lusamine's eyes in the starlight. The way she'd looked at him. The way she'd said something larger, like it was both promise and warning. Whatever was waiting at Aether Paradise, he had a feeling it would change everything. The Aether Foundation helicopter arrived at 9 the next morning. It landed in the Pokemon Center's emergency pad with smooth precision, its white and gold hull gleaming in the sunshine. The storm might never have happened, the sky was clear blue, the air was clean and warm, and Alola had returned to its usual tropical perfection. The pilot who emerged was a woman in Aether's white uniform, her blonde hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. She approached Ash's group with a professional smile. Mr. Ketchum. I'm here to escort you to Aether Paradise. President Lusamine is expecting you. These are my friends, Ash said, gesturing at the others. They're coming too. The pilot's smile didn't falter. I was informed you might have companions. There's room for everyone. She glanced at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. Your Pokemon are welcome as well, of course. They boarded the helicopter. Inside, it was more luxurious than any aircraft Ash had experienced, plush seats, climate control, complimentary drinks in a small refrigerator. Sophocles immediately began examining the technical details of the control panel until the pilot gently shooed him away. The flight took 20 minutes. As they approached Aether Paradise, Ash pressed his face to the window, trying to take in the scale of what he was seeing. The artificial island was massive, larger than he'd imagined, a gleaming white structure that rose from the ocean like something from a dream. Multiple levels stretched outward, connected by bridges and transport tubes. Green spaces dotted the upper decks, carefully maintained gardens that stood out against the white architecture. And at the center, rising higher than everything else, a tower that caught the sunlight and scattered it in rainbow fragments. It's beautiful, Lana whispered. It's ostentatious, Kiawe said, though his voice held a grudging note of appreciation. It's a marvel of engineering, Sophocles breathed. The power requirements alone must be staggering. How do they? The helicopter descended toward a landing pad near the central tower. Ash saw figures waiting below, gathered in what looked like an official welcoming committee. His stomach tightened. Whatever happened next, there was no going back. Wick was waiting for them at the landing pad. She was a tall woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, dressed in Aether's white uniform but carrying herself with less rigid formality than the other staff Ash had glimpsed. She introduced herself as the Foundation's Assistant Branch Chief and Chief Operating Officer, which meant nothing to Ash but clearly impressed Sophocles. President Lusamine is resting, but she asked me to give you a preliminary tour while she prepares, Wick said, leading them through gleaming corridors. She was quite insistent that you see our public facilities before any private discussions. How is she? Ash asked. Her injuries, significant, but she's recovering well. Better than the doctors expected, honestly. She has a strong constitution. Wick glanced at him with something like gratitude. What you did last night saved her life. The medical team confirmed that another hour in those conditions would have been fatal. Ash nodded, uncomfortable with the weight of her words. He'd just done what needed to be done. The tour that followed was impressive, Ash had to admit. Aether Foundation's conservation work was real and visible, habitats filled with rescued Pokemon, research facilities studying disease treatment, rehabilitation centers where injured creatures were nursed back to health. The staff they encountered seemed genuinely dedicated, passionate about their work in a way that was hard to fake. But Ash noticed things. The way conversations stopped when they approached. The security personnel who followed at a distance, never quite out of sight. The locked doors in certain corridors, marked with symbols he didn't recognize. The tension beneath Wick's professional warmth, a nervousness that surfaced whenever certain topics arose. His friends noticed too. Mallow kept asking questions about the food preparation facilities, but her eyes were cataloging other details. Kiawe had positioned himself near the back of their group, watching their surroundings with a warrior's vigilance. Even Sophocles, distracted by the technology on display, occasionally shot Ash meaningful glances when something didn't add up. "This is the main conservation floor," Wick said, gesturing at a vast indoor habitat that seemed to contain samples of every Alolan ecosystem. "We can house up to 5,000 Pokémon here for rehabilitation purposes. Our release rate is over 90%, most of our guests return to the wild within 6 months. And the ones that don't?" Ash asked. Wick's smile flickered. "Some injuries are too severe. Some Pokémon can't be rehabilitated. Those we keep here, in permanent sanctuary. They're cared for, loved, given the best lives we can provide." "Can I see them? The permanent residents?" Wick hesitated. "Of course. They're on the lower levels. But perhaps after you've spoken with the president, it's fine, Wick." A new voice, high and cold. "Show him whatever he wants." Ash turned. The man who approached was thin and angular, with green hair swept back from a narrow face. His Aether uniform was slightly different from the others, more elaborate, with additional insignia that suggested higher rank. He smiled as he walked, but the expression never reached his eyes. "Mr. Ketchum. I'm Faba, branch chief of Aether Paradise." He extended a hand, and Ash shook it reflexively. Faba's grip was dry and weak. "I understand you're our president's rescuer. How fortunate that you happened to be in the right place at the right time." "Luck, I guess." "Indeed. Luck." Faba's smile sharpened. "Well. Don't let me interrupt the tour. I'm sure Wick is showing you all the most impressive facilities." He nodded to Wick, who had gone slightly pale. "Carry on." He walked away without waiting for a response, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. "Who was that?" Mallow whispered. "Branch Chief Faba," Wick said quietly. "He oversees our research division." She hesitated, then added, "He and President Lusamine have different visions for the Foundation's future." Ash filed that information away. Different visions. Political conflict. Someone to watch. The tour continued, but the atmosphere had changed. Wick seemed more careful now, steering them away from certain areas, giving shorter answers to questions. When they passed a locked door marked with a yellow warning symbol, she quickened her pace without comment. "What's behind there?" Ash asked. Wick stopped. "Research labs. Restricted access." "What kind of research?" She looked at him, and something in her expression cracked. "Fear, maybe. Or guilt. Mr. Ketchum, there are things about this place that I can't explain. Things that I've tried to change but can't. When you speak with President Lusamine, I would ask that you." She trailed off. "What?" "Ask her questions. Real questions. And watch how she answers." Wick glanced around, as if checking for observers. "Please." Before Ash could respond, a comm unit on Wick's belt chirped. "Ms. Wick? President Lusamine will see Mr. Ketchum now." "Her private office." Wick's professional mask slipped back into place. "Of course. Right away." She turned to Ash. "Your friends can wait in the visitor lounge. There's refreshments, entertainment, they can come with me," Ash said. "I'm afraid the president specified a private meeting, then I'll ask her if they can join us." Ash smiled, but there was steel beneath it. I go where my friends go. Wick studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. I see. Yes. I think that will be acceptable. Lusamine's private office occupied the top floor of the central tower. The elevator ride was silent. Wick stood apart from Ash and his friends, her hands clasped before her, her expression unreadable. When the doors opened, she stepped aside to let them pass. I'll wait here, she said softly. Good luck. Ash led his friends into the office. It was beautiful. There was no other word for it. The room was circular, its walls floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the ocean and sky. White furniture arranged in elegant groupings. Artwork on every surface, sculptures, paintings, things Ash didn't have names for. At the center, a massive desk made of some material that seemed to glow faintly from within. And behind the desk, rising to greet them, Lusamine. She looked different than she had in the jungle. Clean, composed, wearing a flowing white dress that matched the office's aesthetic. Her blonde hair was perfectly arranged. Her face showed no trace of blood or mud or pain. But her eyes were the same. Pale green, sharp as crystal, fixed on Ash with an intensity that made the others instinctively step back. Ash Ketchum. She smiled, and unlike Faba's expression, this one seemed genuine. Thank you for coming. Thank you for inviting me. He gestured at his friends. These are, your companions. Yes, I've been briefed. She nodded at each in turn. Mallow. Lana. Kiawe. Sophocles. Trainers in Professor Kukui's experimental school program. Her gaze returned to Ash. You collect loyal friends the way other trainers collect badges. Admirable. They insisted on coming. Of course they did. You inspire loyalty. She circled the desk, moving closer. Please, sit. All of you. We have much to discuss. They sat. Ash took the center of the main couch, flanked by Mallow and Kiawe. Lana and Sophocles claimed chairs nearby. Pikachu remained on Ash's shoulder, watching Lusamine with unblinking attention. Lusamine settled into an elegant armchair across from them. Her injured rib should have made the movement painful, but she gave no sign of discomfort. First, she said, I want you to understand something. What I'm about to propose is not a reward for your heroism last night. You saved my life, and for that I am genuinely grateful. But gratitude is not why I've invited you here. Then why? Because I watched you in that jungle. I watched how you made decisions, how you treated my clefable, how you carried me through impossible conditions without complaint. She leaned forward slightly. I watched you tell me that you lose tournaments but keep trying. That you believe losing isn't failing. That strength isn't everything. Those were just honest answers. I know. That's why they mattered. She paused, gathering herself. Mr. Ketchum, Ash, I am a woman who has made terrible mistakes. Mistakes that have cost me my family, my integrity, and nearly my life. I built the Aether Foundation to protect Pokemon, but somewhere along the way, I lost sight of that mission. I allowed myself to become obsessed with other things. Research that should never have been conducted. Experiments that hurt the very creatures I claimed to love. The room had gone very quiet. Ash's friends exchanged glances, but he kept his eyes on Lusamine. Why are you telling me this? Because I want to fix it. But I can't. Her composure cracked slightly, showing something raw beneath. I've been compromised, Ash. By my own obsessions, by years of poor decisions, by the trust I've placed in the wrong people. If I try to reform Aether from within, my enemies will destroy me. If I step down, they'll take over completely and make everything worse. Your enemies. There are factions within this organization. People who believe my research directions, the directions I now regret, should continue and expand. People who would rather see Aether become a weapon than a sanctuary. She met his gaze directly. I need someone from outside. Someone with no connections to those factions. Someone who can see clearly, act decisively, and inspire others to follow. Ash felt the weight of her words settling over him. You want me to work for Aether? I want you to lead it. Silence. Complete, ringing silence. Mallow's hand found Ash's arm. Kiawe had gone rigid. Sophocles' mouth hung open. Lana whispered something that might have been a prayer. Lead it, Ash repeated slowly. Not in name. I'll retain the presidency, the public face, the political relationships. But operationally, day to day, you would have authority over personnel, programs, everything that matters. Lusamine's expression was intent, almost fierce. I'm offering you the keys to this kingdom, Ash Ketchum. Not because you saved my life, but because you're the only person I've ever met who might actually use those keys the way they should be used. I'm 16 years old. You've been making life and death decisions since you were 10. Age is irrelevant. I don't know anything about running an organization. You know how to lead. Everything else can be learned. This is insane. Kiawe's voice was sharp. Ash, she's asking you to take over a massive corporation after knowing you for one day. This is obviously what? Lusamine turned her gaze on him, and Kiawe fell silent despite himself. A trap. A manipulation. If I wanted to use Mr. Ketchum, there are far easier ways. I could have paid him off. I could have leveraged his reputation. Instead, I'm offering him real power and asking him to use it against my own past decisions. Does that sound like manipulation to you? It sounds insane, Kiawe repeated, but with less certainty. Perhaps it is. Lusamine returned her attention to Ash. But sanity hasn't been working. I've been sane for years, and look where it got me. Bleeding in a jungle, surrounded by dead employees, saved by a child who should have left me to my fate. I'm not a child. No. You're not. She smiled, and there was genuine warmth in it. That's exactly my point. Ash was quiet for a long moment. His mind was racing, processing, evaluating. This was too big, too sudden, too strange. Every instinct told him to refuse, to walk away, to return to his simple life of traveling and battling and growing stronger. But Wick's words echoed in his memory. Ask her questions. Real questions. Watch how she answers. What are the experiments you regret? He asked. Lusamine's expression flickered. That's a complicated question. I have time. She studied him, and something shifted in her posture. Recognition, maybe. Respect for his refusal to be deflected. Have you heard of ultra space? Ash shook his head. It's another dimension. Parallel to our own, inhabited by creatures we call ultra beasts. I became obsessed with it. With them. With the possibility of bridging the gap between our worlds. She closed her eyes briefly. I ordered experiments. Research that pushed boundaries, hurt Pokemon, created abominations that should never have existed. All in pursuit of understanding ultra space. Of reaching it. Why? Because something was calling to me from there. Something beautiful. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Or so I believed. Now I understand that I was being manipulated. Influenced. Used as a tool by forces I didn't understand. And these experiments are still happening. Some have stopped. Others. She shook her head. Others are beyond my control. Faba and his people have built their own power base. They answer to me in name only. Ash absorbed this. Ultra space. Ultra beasts. Dimensional research. It sounded like something from a story, a legend, but Lusamine's fear was real, and that made it real enough. If I accept your offer, he said slowly, what happens to Faba? You would have authority over him. In theory. In practice? He would fight you every step of the way. He has allies, resources, research that could destroy both of us if exposed publicly. Taking him down won't be simple. But it would be possible. With time. With care. With the right moves. She leaned forward again. With someone smart enough to see through his games and brave enough to make the hard choices. Ash looked at his friends. Mallow's face was tight with concern. Kiawe was openly skeptical. Lana seemed troubled, uncertain. Sophocles was muttering calculations under his breath, probably trying to assess the logistics of what Lusamine was proposing. They weren't going to decide this for him. They couldn't. This was his choice. I'm not going to answer today, he said finally. I need time to think. To see more of what's really going on here. Lusamine nodded slowly. That's fair. And wise. She rose from her chair. Stay at Aether Paradise. Explore. Talk to the staff. See the parts of this organization I wasn't planning to show you. Her smile turned slightly bitter. You'll find ugliness. I won't pretend otherwise. But you'll also find good people doing good work, trapped in a system that's failed them. And if I decide not to accept, then you go back to your life, and I continue trying to fix things alone. She walked to the window, looking out at the endless ocean. I won't force you, Ash. I won't threaten or manipulate. If you say no, and I'll respect that. She turned back to face him. But I hope you'll say yes. Because I've been waiting a long time for someone like you. Ash stood. We'll stay. For now. And I'll think about what you've said. That's all I ask. He moved toward the elevator, his friends falling into step around him. But at the doors, he paused and looked back. Ms. Lusamine? Yes. In the jungle, when you were hurt. You had a vision. I could see it in your eyes. He met her gaze steadily. What did you see? She was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. I saw you. Standing in the ruins of everything I built. Wearing a crown made of light. Her eyes glistened. I saw you saving us all. And I saw myself, finally free of the thing that's been consuming me for years. The elevator doors opened. Ash stepped inside. I'll think about it, he said again. And the doors closed between them. They gave him a suite. An entire floor of guest quarters, more luxurious than anywhere Ash had ever stayed. His friends had rooms nearby, connected by a common area filled with comfortable furniture and entertainment options. None of them felt like being entertained. She's using you, Kiawe said flatly. This whole thing is a manipulation. Maybe. Ash sat on the edge of a couch, Pikachu curled in his lap. But she's also telling the truth. I can feel it. You can feel it. That's not exactly evidence. Kiawe has a point, Mallow said gently. She seems sincere, but we don't know her. We don't know what she's really capable of. The experiments she mentioned, Sophocles said, his voice troubled. Ultra-space research. If she's telling the truth about that, it's beyond anything Aether is supposed to be doing. And if she's lying, then why mention it at all? Lana had been quiet, staring out the window at the darkening sky. I believe her, she said softly. Everyone turned to look at her. Why? Kiawe asked. Because she's afraid. Lana turned to face them. Didn't you see it? Underneath everything, the confidence, the control, she's terrified. Of what she's done. Of what's still happening here. Of what might happen next. She looked at Ash. She's not manipulating you because she wants power. She's asking for help because she doesn't know what else to do. That doesn't make her trustworthy, Kiawe insisted. No. But it makes her honest. Lana moved to sit beside Ash, placing a hand on his arm. The question isn't whether we can trust her. The question is whether you can do what she's asking. Whether you want to try. Ash was quiet for a long time. Outside, the stars were coming out, the same stars he'd seen last night while carrying a dying woman through the jungle. I want to see more, he finally said. Tomorrow. The part she wasn't going to show us. And then? Then I'll decide. That night, Ash dreamed. He stood in a place that had no ground, no sky, no horizon. Just darkness shot through with colors he couldn't name, hues that seemed to exist outside the normal spectrum. The darkness moved, breathed, pulsed with a slow and terrible awareness. Something was watching him. You came, a voice said. It wasn't a voice, not really. More like the idea of sound, pressed directly into his thoughts. I knew you would. Where am I? Between. The thin place. The crack in the world. The darkness shifted, and Ash glimpsed something massive moving within it. A shape like a jellyfish, but wrong. Too many tentacles. Too many eyes. You're not supposed to be here. But you are. How interesting. What are you? Old. Patient. Hungry. The shape drifted closer, and Ash felt a pressure against his mind, not painful, but invasive. Curious. You have potential. I can see it in you. The capacity for greatness. Or destruction. They're often the same thing. I don't understand. You will. Soon. She's brought you to the door, and you're going to open it. Not today. Not tomorrow. But eventually. The shape seemed to smile, though it had no mouth. We've been waiting so long. And now here you are. Our little king. Ash woke gasping, tangled in sheets damp with sweat. Pikachu was at his side immediately, pressing against him, cheeks sparking with protective electricity. Pika Pie. I'm okay. He wasn't. His hands were shaking. Just a dream. But he could still feel it. That pressure against his mind. That vast, patient attention turned toward him from somewhere impossibly far away. Whatever was happening at Aether Paradise, it was bigger than politics. Bigger than research. Bigger than anything he'd prepared for. And somehow, impossibly, he was at the center of it. Morning came too soon. Ash gathered his friends and told them about the dream. He told them everything, the darkness, the voice, the creature that had spoken directly into his mind. He held nothing back. When he finished, they were silent. Ultra space, Sophocles finally said. It has to be. Whatever she was researching, it knows about you now. It knew about me before. Ash remembered the glimpse he'd caught during the storm, the jellyfish shape in the lightning-split sky. It was watching when I found her. Then this is even more dangerous than we thought. Kiawe's skepticism had transformed into grim determination. Whatever's going on here, it's connected to something that can reach into your dreams. We should leave. Now. No. Ash, if I leave, nothing changes. Lusamine keeps trying to fix things alone. Faba keeps running his experiments. And whatever that thing is, it keeps waiting. Ash stood, squaring his shoulders. I'm not going to let it win by running away. That's noble, but it's also stupid. You can't fight something like that. Maybe not directly. But I can fight the people helping it. He looked at each of his friends in turn. Lusamine said Faba has his own power base. His own research. What if he's the one communicating with that thing? What if stopping him stops this? That's a lot of ifs. Yeah. Ash smiled grimly. Welcome to my life. Mallow stepped forward and took his hand. Whatever you decide, we're with you. You know that, right? I know. Then let's go see what they're hiding, Kiawe said, his resistance finally crumbling. If we're going to fight, we need to know what we're up against. Ash nodded. Wick. She seemed like she wanted to help. Let's start with her. They found Wick in her office, surrounded by paperwork and looking like she hadn't slept. When Ash walked in, she jumped to her feet, startled. Mr. Ketchum. I wasn't expecting, I need to see everything. The parts Ms. Lusamine wasn't going to show me. He met her eyes steadily. You said to ask questions. I'm asking. Wick stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she sank back into her chair. The president will be angry. I'll handle it. Fabo will know. He has eyes everywhere. I'll handle that too. Wick closed her eyes. When she opened them, something had changed, a weight lifted, a decision made. Follow me, she said. And prepare yourself. What you're about to see, it will change how you think about everything. She led them to an elevator hidden behind a bookshelf in her office. A secret elevator, going down instead of up. Ash's friends exchanged worried glances, but no one suggested turning back. The elevator descended for what felt like minutes. When it finally stopped and the doors opened, Ash stepped out into a hallway lit with harsh white light. The first door Wick opened revealed a laboratory. Clean, sterile, filled with equipment Ash didn't recognize. And in the center, suspended in a containment field, a creature that made his blood run cold. It looked like a dog, or a bird, or neither. Its body was covered in some kind of artificial shell, a mask that hid its face and features. It moved restlessly within its containment, making sounds that were halfway between growl and whimper. Type, null, Wick said quietly. A chimera. Created by combining the cellular structure of multiple Pokémon with synthetic enhancements. The shell is a control device, without it, the creature's power is unstable. Dangerous. You made this? Mallow's voice was horrified. I didn't. But I knew. I knew and I did nothing. Wick's hands trembled. There were 3 of them originally. 2 were deemed failures and disposed of. This one survived. Has survived for years, in constant containment, constant pain. Ash approached the field. The creature, type, null, turned toward him. Through the mask's eye holes, he glimpsed something desperate. Intelligent. Suffering. Can it be freed? The shell can be removed, but the process is traumatic. And without it, type, null evolves into something called Silvally, a Pokémon of immense power. The Foundation considers it too dangerous to release. What does it consider it? Wick blinked. I don't understand. The creature. Type, null. What does it want? For a moment, Wick was silent. Then she laughed, a broken, sad sound. No one's ever asked that before. Ash turned back to the containment field. The creature was watching him now, its restless movement stilled. Those eyes behind the mask. I'll come back for you, Ash said quietly. I promise. Type, null made a sound. Not a growl this time. Something almost like acknowledgement. Wick led them deeper. The next room was worse. Pokémon in cages. Pokémon connected to machines by wires and tubes. Pokémon that looked wrong, altered, mutated, twisted by processes Ash couldn't begin to understand. Dimensional stress testing, Wick explained, her voice flat. They're exposed to energy from ultra-space wormholes. The goal is to understand how Pokémon adapt to extra-dimensional environments. They're being tortured. Yes. Ash walked through the room, looking at each creature. A Corsola with crystalline growth spreading across its body. A Vulpix whose fur had turned colors that didn't exist in nature. A Rockruff that phased in and out of visibility, as if it couldn't decide which dimension it belonged to. He stopped at the last cage. The Pokémon inside was small, white, nebulous. It looked at him with eyes that seemed too old for its form. What is this one? We don't know. Wick came to stand beside him. It appeared after one of Faba's experiments. Just, manifested, out of nothing. We can't classify it, can't determine its type, can't even verify if it's a Pokémon at all. Faba calls it, the anomaly. The creature drifted closer to the glass. Ash could have sworn it recognized him. It's from Ultra Space, he said. Isn't it? Probably. But it's not like the others. It doesn't seem hostile. Doesn't seem to want anything except. Wick hesitated. Except to watch you, apparently. The creature placed one nebulous hand against the glass. Ash placed his hand on the opposite side, matching the gesture. Something passed between them. Not words. Not images. Just, understanding. A sense of vast distances, impossible journeys, and a destination that was somehow both beginning and end. Pika? Pikachu asked, concerned. It's okay, buddy. Ash lowered his hand. I think it's trying to tell me something. What? I don't know yet. But I will. When they returned to the surface, Lusamine was waiting. She stood in the corridor outside Wick's office, her expression unreadable. Behind her, Faba hovered with a triumphant smirk, obviously having reported their unauthorized exploration. Mr. Ketchum, Lusamine said. You've been busy. You said I could see the parts you weren't going to show me. I took you at your word. I did say that. She turned to Faba. Leave us. But President, leave. Now. Faba's smirk curdled into something uglier, but he retreated. Lusamine watched him go, then turned back to Ash. Well? What did you think of our secrets? I think you were telling the truth last night. About everything. He stepped closer to her. I think you've done terrible things, and you know it, and you don't know how to stop. I think Faba is worse than you are and getting worse every day. And I think something is coming through those wormholes, something that's been planning this for a long time. Lusamine's composure cracked. Just for a moment. Just enough for him to see the fear beneath. The creature, she whispered. The one that called to me. You've seen it too. In my dreams. Last night. Then you understand. It's not just research anymore. It's not just science. She reached out, gripping his arms with desperate strength. Something terrible is going to happen, Ash. I can feel it. I've been feeling it for months. And I don't know how to stop it. I don't know if it can be stopped. Maybe not alone. She stared at him. Ash took a deep breath. I'll do it, he said. I'll take your offer. I'll lead Aether, I'll fix what's broken, and I'll stop whatever's coming through ultra space. He met her eyes with absolute certainty. But I'm doing it my way. No more secrets. No more hidden labs. Every decision goes through me. And Faba, what about Faba? He's done. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to take him down. Everything he's built, everything he's planning, all of it. Ash's jaw set. That's my condition. Take it or leave it. Lusamine was quiet for a long moment. Then she smiled. A real smile, broken and beautiful and full of something that might have been hope. Welcome to Aether Paradise, Mr. Ketchum. She extended her hand. Your kingdom awaits. Ash shook it. And somewhere, in the depths of ultra space, something vast and patient turned its attention toward the crack in the world, and the boy who had just stepped through it. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, the Glass Paradise. The morning after Ash accepted Lusamine's offer, Aether Paradise woke to find itself under new management. Not officially, of course. The press releases wouldn't go out for another week, the board wouldn't be formally notified for another 3 days, and most of the staff had no idea that anything had changed. But in the executive corridors, in the hushed conversations between department heads, in the careful sideways glances that followed Ash wherever he walked, everyone knew something significant had shifted. Ash stood at the window of his new office, watching the sun rise over the artificial island. The room was smaller than Lusamine's but better positioned, with views of both the conservation floors below and the ocean beyond. Wick had arranged everything overnight: furniture, equipment, a small team of assistants who were probably also spies for various factions within Aether. That was fine. Let them watch. He had nothing to hide. You should eat something. He turned. Mallow stood in the doorway, holding a tray laden with breakfast foods she'd clearly prepared herself. Behind her, Lana carried a pot of tea, and Kiawe had a stack of documents under one arm. "We're not leaving you alone in this," Mallow said, setting the tray on his desk. "So don't even try to argue." "Wasn't going to." Ash smiled, some of the tension in his shoulders easing. "Where's Sophocles?" "Already in the tech division, making friends with the engineers." Kiawe dropped the documents beside the food. "These are personnel files Wick thought you should see. Key players, department heads, anyone with significant influence. And enemies? Those too. Faba's inner circle is marked in red." Ash flipped through the stack while eating. The names meant nothing to him yet, but the organizational chart they implied was clear enough. Aether Foundation was divided into 4 main divisions: conservation, research, security, and operations. Lusamine nominally controlled all 4, but in practice, each division head had carved out significant autonomy. Faba ran research like his personal fiefdom. Security answered to a woman named Vera who was apparently loyal to Lusamine but suspicious of change. Operations was managed by Wick, which explained her access and her willingness to help. Conservation was the most straightforward, staffed primarily by true believers in Aether's public mission. "What's the play?" Kiawe asked, settling into a chair across from the desk. "First day, I watch and listen. Meet as many people as possible, get a sense of who's who." Ash set aside the files and reached for his tea. "Lusamine is announcing my position at a staff assembly this afternoon. After that, the games begin." "Games?" "Faba's not going to take this lying down. He'll test me, try to undermine my authority, look for weaknesses he can exploit." Ash's expression hardened. "I need to be ready for whatever he throws. And if he throws something you can't handle? Then I adapt." He met Kiawe's eyes. "That's what I do." The staff assembly was held in Aether Paradise's main atrium, a vast space designed to impress visitors with the Foundation's resources and ambition. Holographic displays showed footage of conservation efforts. Living plants cascaded down the walls in carefully maintained arrangements. The ceiling was transparent, offering a view of the clear blue sky above. Nearly 1,000 employees filled the space, arranged by division in neat clusters. Ash stood at the edge of the stage, watching them file in, trying to read the mood of the crowd. Nervous. That was the predominant energy. Change was coming, and most of these people had no idea what form it would take. Lusamine took the stage first. She looked recovered from her injuries, her bearing as regal as ever, her voice carrying easily across the atrium without amplification. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice. I know many of you have heard rumors about recent events, my accident, the changes happening within our leadership structure. I want to address those rumors directly." She paused, letting the silence build. 3 days ago, my aircraft crashed in the jungles of Akala Island. My security team was killed. I survived because a young trainer found the wreckage and carried me through miles of storm-ravaged wilderness to reach help. Her gaze swept the crowd. That trainer's name is Ash Ketchum. And as of today, he serves as Aether Foundation's Chief Operating Officer, with full authority over day-to-day operations across all divisions. The murmur that swept through the crowd was louder than Ash expected. Not hostile, exactly, but definitely uncertain. He saw confusion on many faces, skepticism on others. In the research section, Faba stood with his arms crossed, his expression carefully neutral. I know this is unexpected, Lusamine continued. Many of you will have questions about Mr. Ketchum's qualifications, his experience, his vision for our organization. Those are fair questions, and I encourage you to ask them, directly, openly, in the days and weeks ahead. She turned toward Ash. But I want you to understand why I made this choice. Not because Mr. Ketchum saved my life, though he did. Not because I owe him a debt, though I do. I chose him because in the worst moment of my existence, I saw something in him that I've been searching for in leaders for 20 years. She stepped aside, gesturing for Ash to take her place at the center of the stage. I saw someone who does the right thing because it's right. Not for reward. Not for recognition. Not because he calculated the odds and decided it was worth the risk. Her voice softened slightly. I saw someone who leads by example, inspires loyalty through action, and treats every life, human and Pokemon alike, as worthy of protection. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ash Ketchum. Ash walked to the center of the stage. The atrium felt enormous from this vantage point, the sea of faces stretching out before him. He thought about speeches he'd heard other leaders give, champion speeches, professor lectures, the formal words of league officials. None of them felt right. So he spoke from the heart instead. I'm not going to pretend I know how to run a foundation this size. I don't. 3 days ago, I was training in the jungle, getting ready for my next island challenge battle. I wasn't thinking about corporate structure or operational efficiency or any of the other things I'm told I'm supposed to care about now. A ripple of surprised laughter moved through the crowd. Ash smiled. But here's what I do know. I've spent 6 years traveling, meeting Pokemon and people across 7 different regions. I've seen what happens when organizations lose sight of their purpose. When the mission becomes secondary to politics, power, personal ambition. And I've seen what happens when good people are given the freedom to do good work. He paused, letting his gaze move across the divisions. I'm told Aether Foundation was built to protect Pokemon. To rescue, rehabilitate, and release. To study and understand without exploitation. I'm told that mission still matters to most of you, that you came here because you wanted to make a difference. Nods throughout the crowd. Tentative, but present. I'm not here to tear down what you've built. I'm here to help you build it better. To clear out the obstacles that keep you from doing your best work. To make sure that when you go home at night, you can be proud of what you accomplished. His voice hardened slightly. And I'm here to make sure that anyone who's using this organization for purposes that contradict its mission understands that their time is over. His eyes found Faba in the crowd. The branch chief's neutral expression had slipped, revealing something cold and calculating beneath. I know some of you are worried about what comes next. That's natural. Change is always uncertain. But I want you to know that my door is open, literally, as soon as I figure out which door is mine, and I want to hear from you. Your concerns, your ideas, your frustrations. I can't promise I'll solve every problem, but I promise I'll listen. He took a breath. Aether Foundation is supposed to be a paradise for Pokemon. Let's make sure it lives up to that name. Thank you. The applause was scattered at first, then grew stronger as more employees joined in. Not enthusiastic, not yet, but respectful. Willing to give him a chance. It was a start. The reception after the assembly was supposed to be an opportunity for staff to mingle with leadership. In practice, it was a political battlefield disguised as a cocktail party. Ash moved through the crowd with Pikachu on his shoulder, shaking hands, learning names, trying to keep track of the complex web of alliances and resentments that defined Aether's internal politics. Wick stayed close, offering quiet commentary on each person he met. Dr. Harada, head of Pokemon Rehabilitation. She's been with Aether since the beginning. Very respected, very protective of her staff. Ms. Chen, assistant to Branch Chief Faba. She'll report everything you say directly to him. Mr. Aoyuwa, security supervisor. Former military. Loyal to Vera, which means loyal to Lusamine, but he doesn't trust outsiders. Each introduction was a small test. Some employees were genuinely welcoming, curious about this unexpected newcomer. Others were politely hostile, asking pointed questions about his qualifications and experience. A few seemed actively frightened, as if Ash's presence threatened something they desperately wanted to protect. The research division was the worst. When Ash approached their section of the reception hall, conversations died and eyes turned away. Only one person stepped forward to greet him, a young woman with purple hair and nervous energy that practically vibrated off her. Mr. Ketchum. I'm Dr. Nami Tanaka. Dimensional Physics. I wanted to say, she glanced around, then lowered her voice. I wanted to say I'm glad you're here. Some of us have been waiting for things to change. What kind of change? The kind where we actually get to do science instead of. She stopped abruptly, her eyes widening at something over Ash's shoulder. Dar. Tanaka. Faba's voice was smooth as silk. I see you've met our new chief operating officer. How wonderful that you're making him feel welcome. Dr. Tanaka's nervous energy transformed into barely concealed terror. Branch Chief. I was just introducing yourself, yes. Very appropriate. Faba's smile didn't reach his eyes. But I believe Dr. Martinez needs you in Lab 3. Something about calibration issues. Dr. Tanaka fled without another word. Ash watched her go, noting the way other research staff carefully avoided looking at the scene. Mr. Ketchum. Faba turned his attention fully to Ash. Or should I say Chief Ketchum? I'm not certain of the proper form of address. Ash is fine. How refreshingly informal. Faba's gaze flickered to Pikachu, his expression suggesting he found the Pokemon's presence on Ash's shoulder to be slightly offensive. I wanted to congratulate you personally on your new position. It's quite an achievement for someone so young. Thanks. I'm still figuring out what it all means. Oh, I'm sure you'll learn quickly. President Lusamine wouldn't have chosen you if she didn't have confidence in your abilities. Faba's smile widened. Though I confess I'm curious about your plans for the research division. Science can be rather complicated for those without technical backgrounds. That's why I'll be relying on experts like yourself. How wise. Though I should mention that much of our current research is rather sensitive. Classified, you understand. The Foundation has made significant investments in long-term projects that require continuity of leadership. I'd hate to see that investment wasted due to misunderstandings. I appreciate the concern. Ash kept his voice pleasant, but his eyes were steady on Faba's. I'll definitely want to review all ongoing projects. Make sure they align with Aether's mission. Of course. Though some projects may require special authorization to access security protocols, you understand. I'm sure President Lusamine can provide whatever authorization I need. Something flickered in Faba's expression, there and gone so fast Ash might have imagined it. Anger, maybe. Or calculation. Indeed. Well, I won't keep you from your admirers. Faba's bow was precise and mocking. Welcome to Aether Paradise, Chief Ketchum. I look forward to a productive working relationship. He walked away, leaving Ash with the distinct impression that productive was not actually what Faba had in mind. Pikachu muttered. Yeah. I don't like him either. That evening, Ash gathered his friends in his new office and spread the personnel files across his desk. Okay. What did we learn today? Faba's terrified of you, Mallow said immediately. Or at least, terrified of what you represent. He spent the whole reception watching you, tracking who you talk to. The research staff are all scared, Lana added. Not of you, of him. Did you see how that Dr. Tanaka ran when he showed up? Security's neutral for now, but suspicious, Kiawe reported. I talked to a few of them while you were doing the political thing. They're professionals, mostly ex-military or former League security. They'll follow whoever's in charge, but they won't commit until they're sure the power structure is stable. Operations is on our side, Sophocles said, looking up from a tablet he'd been studying. Wick's done a good job of building loyalty there. If you need something done, go through operations. They'll actually do it. And conservation? True believers. Mallow smiled. They came to Aether to help Pokemon, and they've been frustrated for years by the research division's priorities. If you can show them you're serious about refocusing the mission, they'll support you completely. Ash nodded, processing. So we have operations and conservation as allies, security as potential allies, and research as the enemy. Not all of research, Sophocles corrected. I spent the afternoon with their engineers, remember? Some of them are brilliant, genuinely passionate about their work. But they're trapped in a system that rewards Faba's priorities over scientific integrity. They'd switch sides in a heartbeat if they thought it was safe. The problem is Faba's inner circle, Kiawe said. The files Wick gave us identify about 20 people who are completely loyal to him. They run the classified projects, control access to key facilities, and probably know where all the bodies are buried. Taking Faba down means taking them down too. Or turning them. Ash picked up one of the files, studying it. People are only loyal when loyalty benefits them. If we can offer something better. That's a dangerous game, Mallow warned. Offer someone a better deal and they might take it, or they might report the approach to Faba and use it against you. So we need to be careful. Identify the weak links, the ones who might be having doubts. He set the file down. And in the meantime, we need to understand exactly what Faba's doing. The experiments Wick showed us, those can't be all of it. There has to be more. The anomaly, Lana said quietly. Everyone turned to look at her. The creature in that cage. The one that came through from ultra space. Her eyes were distant, thoughtful. You said it was trying to tell you something. What if it knows more about what Faba's planning than anyone else? Ash remembered the moment of connection, that sense of understanding that had passed between him and the nebulous white creature. It had felt like recognition. Like the creature had been waiting for him. I need to talk to it again. How? That lab is in the restricted section. Faba's people control access. Then I'll get authorized access. Ash stood. Time to find out exactly how much authority I actually have. Lusamine's private quarters were more modest than Ash expected. After the overwhelming luxury of her office, he'd assumed her personal space would be equally extravagant. Instead, he found a comfortable but restrained suite, tasteful furniture, soft lighting, family photographs on the walls that showed a younger Lusamine with 2 children who looked nothing like her current age suggested they should be. They've grown, she said, following his gaze to the photos. Gladion is 17 now. Lily is 15. Neither of them lives here anymore. Why not? Because I drove them away. She sat on a low couch, gesturing for Ash to take the chair across from her. Gladion left 3 years ago, after discovering what I'd done to type, null. Lily. Lily had an accident. Something happened to her that I'm responsible for, even if I didn't cause it directly. She's been terrified of Pokemon ever since. Where is she now? Still here, technically. She has a suite in the residential section. But she rarely leaves it, and when she does. Lusamine's composure flickered. She looks at me like I'm a monster. Perhaps she's right. Ash considered his next words carefully. You mentioned yesterday that something influenced you. From ultra space. That you were manipulated into the research that hurt so many Pokemon. Yes. Does Lily's accident have anything to do with that? Lusamine was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. 2 years ago, one of Faba's experiments destabilized. A wormhole opened in the middle of our main laboratory, briefly, accidentally, but long enough for something to come through. An ultra beast. A Nihilego. She closed her eyes. Lily was visiting the lab. She was curious about my work, wanted to understand what her mother spent so much time on. She was 13 years old. Ash felt cold settle into his stomach. What happened? The Nihilego touched her. Wrapped its tentacles around her body, began absorbing her into itself. We managed to separate them, but not before the creature had done something. Changed something in her mind. Lusamine's hands were shaking. She doesn't remember the incident clearly, but she remembers enough. Enough to associate Pokemon with the terror of that moment. Enough to fear any creature that comes too close. And Faba was responsible. The experiment was his. The safety protocols that failed were under his supervision. Her voice hardened. But I signed off on the research. I funded it, authorized it, encouraged it. I told myself we were pushing boundaries for the good of science, for the good of understanding. I ignored every warning sign because I wanted. She stopped herself. Wanted what? To reach ultra space. To make contact with the beings there. To prove that I could cross the threshold that others said was impossible. She laughed bitterly. And I did prove it. I proved that the beings on the other side were waiting for us. That they'd been calling to people like me for centuries, searching for someone foolish enough to open the door. Ash absorbed this. The pieces were coming together now, the experiments, the ultra beasts, Faba's secret research, the creature in the cage that had recognized him. The anomaly, he said. The white creature that appeared after one of the experiments. What is it? We don't know. Not for certain. Lusamine met his eyes. But I have a theory. I think it's a refugee. A creature fleeing from something in ultra space, something that frightened it so badly that it risked the crossing into our world. And I think whatever it's running from is the same thing that's been calling to me. The same thing that spoke to you in your dreams. The Concordat. Lusamine flinched. You heard that name? In the dream. The thing that spoke to me, it talked about being old, patient, hungry. About waiting for someone to open the door. Ash leaned forward. What is the Concordat? A collective. A hive mind made up of thousands of Nihilego, bound together into a single consciousness. Ancient beyond measure, intelligent beyond anything we've encountered. Her voice dropped. And utterly, completely malevolent. They view our world as food. Territory. A garden to be harvested. The only thing stopping them is the barrier between dimensions, a seal placed by forces we don't fully understand. The Tapu Guardians? Possibly. That's one theory, that the island guardians of Alola are manifestations of whatever power originally sealed ultra space away from our world. Faba dismisses it as superstition, but I'm not so sure anymore. Ash stood, pacing to the window. The stars were out over Aether Paradise, the same stars that had witnessed his trek through the jungle with a dying woman on his back. So much had changed in 3 days. So much more was about to change. I need access to the restricted labs, he said. All of them. I need to understand exactly what Faba's been doing and how far the breach has progressed. You have my authorization. I'll issue the order tonight. Faba will try to block it. Let him try. Lusamine's voice held an edge of steel. This is still my foundation, and you are my chosen successor. Any obstruction will be dealt with. Ash turned back to face her. And the anomaly. I need to speak with it. Alone. Why? Because it knows something. Something about what's coming and maybe something about how to stop it. He met her eyes. And because I think it's been waiting for me. I don't know why, but I intend to find out. Lusamine studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. Very well. I'll have Wick arrange access tomorrow morning. She rose, crossing to stand beside him at the window. Ash. I want you to know that I don't expect miracles. What I've done, what Aether has become, it can't be fixed overnight. Maybe it can't be fixed at all. Then why did you put me in charge? Because you're the first person I've met who might actually try. She placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture that might have been maternal, or might have been something else entirely. And because you have something I lost a long time ago. Hope. Real, genuine hope that things can be better. Ash covered her hand with his own. I'll do everything I can. I know you will. She smiled, sad and tired and somehow still beautiful. That's what terrifies me. The next morning, Ash descended to the restricted laboratories with Pikachu on his shoulder and Wick at his side. The guards at the checkpoint examined his authorization 3 times before letting them through, clearly uncomfortable with the situation but unwilling to defy a direct order from the president. Ash filed away their faces for future reference. Anyone that reluctant to admit him was probably loyal to Faba. The lower levels were even more unsettling in daylight. The harsh lighting left no shadows to hide in, making every corner feel clinical and exposed. They passed laboratories where researchers in white coats studiously avoided making eye contact, their body language radiating fear. How long has it been like this? Ash asked quietly. Years. Wick's voice was heavy. It got worse gradually. Faba always pushed boundaries, but there used to be oversight, accountability. After Lily's accident, Lusamine retreated from direct involvement, and Faba filled the vacuum. By the time anyone realized how much power he'd accumulated, it was too late. Not too late. Not if you can do what you came here to do. She stopped outside a door marked with unfamiliar symbols. This is the anomaly's containment chamber. I'll wait here. Ash nodded and pressed his palm to the access panel. The door slid open. The chamber inside was smaller than he remembered, dominated by a containment field that hummed with barely audible energy. And floating within that field, watching him with those ancient, knowing eyes. Hey, Ash said softly. Remember me? The anomaly drifted closer to the edge of the field. Up close, it looked even less like any Pokemon Ash had encountered, more like a fragment of cloud-given consciousness, its body shifting and reforming with each moment. Pika Pika. Pikachu peered at the creature curiously. I don't think it can talk normally, Ash said. But last time, when I touched the glass, something passed between us. I'm going to try that again. He approached the containment field and placed his palm against its surface. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world dissolved. Ash stood in darkness. Not the darkness of his dream, this was different. Softer. Less hostile. Like floating in a warm void, suspended between moments. You came. The voice was clearer than before, still not quite sound, but more coherent. More personal. Yeah. I have questions. I know. I've been waiting to answer them. The darkness shifted, and suddenly Ash could see. Images cascaded around him, places he didn't recognize, creatures he'd never imagined, realities that operated on rules his mind couldn't fully grasp. This is ultra space. Or what it was, before the Concordat consumed it. The images changed. Now he saw the jellyfish creatures, the Nihilego, spreading across dimensions like a plague. Absorbing, incorporating, growing. Other ultra beasts falling before them or being assimilated into their collective. They are hungry. They are patient. They have consumed 100 worlds across 1,000 dimensions. The anomaly's presence seemed to darken with grief. And now they've found yours. How do we stop them? The seal holds. For now. But every experiment that opens a wormhole weakens it. Every breach lets them study your defenses, map your weaknesses. The one called Faba has been communicating with them directly. He believes they'll grant him power if he helps them cross over. He's wrong. Yes. They will consume him first, as a reward for his service. They enjoy irony. Something that might have been bitter amusement colored the non-voice. But his foolishness has accelerated their timeline. The seal that should have lasted millennia will fail within months if nothing changes. What can I do? You are unique. The anomaly studied him, its ancient attention weighing and measuring. The Tapus recognized it when you arrived in Alola. The Concordat recognized it when you saved their prey, the woman who was meant to open the door. You exist at a nexus point. A pivot around which multiple futures turn. That doesn't tell me what to do. Because there is no predetermined answer. You must understand the threat, gather your allies, strengthen the seal if possible. The woman Lusamine has knowledge that could help, locked away in her fragmented memories. The girl Lily carries something within her that the Concordat desperately want, a key they accidentally gave her when their servant touched her mind. Lily. The accident was not entirely accidental. The Nihilego was not attacking randomly. It was depositing something in her consciousness. A back door. A way to unlock the seal from this side. The anomaly's form rippled with urgency. She must not fall into their influence. She must be protected until the key can be removed or rendered harmless. Ash's mind was racing, trying to process everything he was learning. What about you? What are you, really? I am what remains of a world they consumed long ago. A last fragment of awareness, holding on to identity through sheer will. The anomaly's presence seemed to sadden. I crossed into your world hoping to warn someone. To find someone capable of understanding. I found you. Why me? Because you see Pokemon as partners, not tools. Because you face impossible odds without hesitation. Because when the woman was dying, you didn't calculate, you acted. Something warm entered the non-voice. The Concordat feeds on fear, corruption, selfishness. Those are the cracks it exploits to weaken seals between worlds. You are difficult for them to understand. A variable they cannot predict. So I'm useful because I'm unpredictable. You are useful because you are good. True goodness, not performed virtue. It is rarer than you might imagine, and more powerful than the Concordat wants to believe. The vision began to fade, the darkness growing warmer, closer. Go. Learn. Prepare. The one called Gladion carries knowledge you need, and a Pokemon who can help protect Lily. The woman Lusamine knows the seal's architecture better than she remembers. And Faba. Yes. Faba must be stopped. Not just removed, truly stopped. He has given the Concordat too much already. If he completes his current project, the seal will not merely weaken. It will shatter. What's his current project? But the connection was breaking now, the anomaly's presence fading. Find the laboratory he hides even from Lusamine. Find what he calls the gateway. And destroy it before he can use it. Wait, I will be here. When you need me, I will be here. Ash gasped back to consciousness, his hand still pressed against the containment field. The anomaly floated before him, smaller now, as if the communication had cost it something. Thank you, he said quietly. The creature's form rippled in what might have been acknowledgement. Then it turned and drifted to the center of its chamber, and the connection was truly broken. Wick was waiting outside, her expression concerned. You were in there for almost an hour. I was about to call for help. An hour? It had felt like minutes. I'm okay. But we have a problem. A much bigger problem than I realized. Tell me. Ash did. Everything the anomaly had shared, the Concordat, the seal, Faba's secret project, the key hidden in Lily's mind. Wick's face grew paler with each revelation, her hands trembling by the time he finished. A gateway, she whispered. He's building a gateway. I knew he was working on something classified, something even the president couldn't access, but I never imagined. Do you know where his hidden laboratory is? No. But I might know someone who does. She met his eyes. You mentioned Gladion. Lusamine's son. He left Aether 3 years ago, but he didn't disappear, he went underground. He's been investigating Aether from the outside ever since, building his own network of contacts and informants. Where is he now? Last I heard, he was working with Team Skull on Ula Island. Using them as cover while he gathered information. Ash frowned. Team Skull. The gang that's been causing trouble across Alola. They're more nuisance than threat, but they provide good camouflage. No one looks twice at another angry young man in a Team Skull hoodie. Can you get a message to him? Possibly. But Ash. Wick hesitated. Gladion hates his mother. He believes, not without reason, that she's responsible for everything wrong with Aether. He won't trust someone Lusamine appointed, no matter how sincere your intentions. Then I'll have to convince him myself. Ash started walking, forcing Wick to hurry to keep up. Set up the meeting. Neutral ground, somewhere Faba can't monitor. Tell Gladion I know about Type, Null and the experiments. Tell him I want to make it right. And if he refuses? Then I'll find another way. Ash's jaw set. But one way or another, I'm going to learn what Faba's hiding. And I'm going to shut it down. The meeting happened 3 days later, on a rocky beach on the western shore of Ula Island. Ash had spent those 3 days learning everything he could about Aether's operations, meeting with department heads, reviewing budgets and project lists. He'd found inconsistencies, funds disappearing into classified black holes, resources diverted to projects that didn't appear on any official roster, personnel transfers that made no organizational sense. The evidence of Faba's shadow empire was everywhere, but the man himself remained untouchable, protected by security clearances and bureaucratic shields. Gladion arrived at sunset, emerging from the rocks like a ghost in black clothing that contrasted sharply with Aether's white aesthetic. A Pokemon walked beside him, Type, Null, its helmet mask catching the fading light. You came, Ash said. You promised information. Gladion's voice was cold, guarded. Start talking. I saw the experiments. The hidden labs, the creatures being mutated, the dimensional stress testing. Ash kept his voice level. And I spoke to the anomaly, the creature that came through from ultra space. It told me about the Concordat. About the seal. About the gateway Faba's building. Something flickered in Gladion's expression, surprise, maybe, or recognition. You spoke to it? It let me into its mind. Showed me visions of what's coming if we don't stop it. Ash stepped closer. It also told me that you have knowledge I need. And that your Pokemon, he nodded toward Type, Null, can help protect someone in danger. Gladion's hand moved to rest on his partner's helmet. You don't know what you're dealing with. The things my mother has done, I know she hurt you. I know she hurt your sister. I know she made choices that caused suffering and damage that might never heal. Ash met Gladion's eyes steadily. But I also know that whatever's coming through those wormholes is worse. And stopping it is more important than settling old scores. Easy for you to say. You didn't grow up watching your mother descend into obsession. You didn't find the records of what she did to creatures like, he cut off, his hand tightening on Type, Null's helmet. Silverly. Gladion stared. What? That's what it becomes, isn't it? When the helmet comes off. The anomaly mentioned it, a Pokémon of immense power, capable of adapting to any type. Ash looked at the creature, saw the intelligence and pain in its eyes. It trusts you. Even after everything that was done to it, it trusts you enough to let you remove the restraints. How do you know I can remove them? Because you wouldn't have kept it otherwise. You would have freed it to live on its own, away from humans entirely. Ash's voice softened. But you bonded with it. You became its partner. And that means something. Type, Null made a sound, low, rumbling, almost contemplative. It turned to look at Gladion, and something passed between them. A conversation without words. You're not what I expected, Gladion finally said. Neither are you. Ash allowed himself a slight smile. I heard you were angry and bitter. All I see is someone who cares too much and doesn't know what to do about it. Don't pretend to understand me. I'm not pretending. I've been where you are, wanting to fix something so badly that the wanting turns into rage when you can't. He extended his hand. Help me, Gladion. Help me stop Faba, protect your sister, and maybe, find a way to reach your mother before it's too late. Gladion stared at the offered hand. His jaw worked silently. Then, slowly, reluctantly, he took it. The gateway is in a facility on the ocean floor. Beneath Aether Paradise, accessible only through a submarine bay that's not on any official blueprints. Faba's been building it for 2 years, using diverted funds and personnel he's compromised. The words came out in a rush, as if Gladion had been waiting years to share them. The power requirements are massive. He's been stealing energy from the island grid, disguising it as conservation equipment inefficiency. Can we reach it? Not easily. The submarine bay is protected by security systems I've never been able to crack. And even if you got in, Faba keeps a personal guard of researchers who are fanatically loyal. Then we need to get him out of the way first. Discredit him, expose his projects, strip away his support. Ash's mind was already racing with possibilities. What about the board? Aether has external oversight, doesn't it? Technically. But Faba's been feeding them doctored reports for years. They think everything is fine. Then we give them evidence that it's not. Ash turned toward his friends, who had been watching from a respectful distance. Sophocles, do you think you could crack Aether's classified networks? Find the real project files. Sophocles grinned nervously. I've already been poking around. Their security is good, but not that good. Given enough time. You've got 3 days. Mallow, Lana, Kiawe, I need you to work with Wick. Identify every employee who's wavering, everyone who might flip if they saw what Faba's really doing. What about you? Kiawe asked. Ash looked at Gladion. I'm going to meet your sister. Lily's suite was in the residential wing of Aether Paradise, a comfortable but isolated space that felt more like a prison than a home. Gladion led Ash through corridors he clearly knew well, despite his years of exile. She doesn't like visitors, Gladion warned. Especially not people connected to Mother. I'm not here representing your mother. I'm here for her. They stopped outside an unmarked door. Gladion hesitated, then knocked. Lily? It's me. I brought someone. Someone safe, I promise. A long pause. Then, softly, come in. The suite beyond was filled with books. Stacks of them on every surface, towers climbing toward the ceiling, a fortress of words surrounding a pale girl curled in an armchair. Lily looked up at their entrance, her green eyes, so like her mother's, wide and wary. Gladion. You're not supposed to be here. I know. But things are changing. He gestured toward Ash. This is Ash Ketchum. He's trying to fix what Mother broke. Lily's gaze moved to Ash, assessing him with an intelligence that belied her fragile appearance. You're the one who saved her. The one she made chief operating officer. Yeah. Why would you help her? After everything she's done? Because helping her might help stop something worse. And because. He moved slowly, carefully, giving Lily space. Because I think you're the key to understanding what's really going on. Lily flinched. I don't know anything. The accident, I don't remember. Yes, you do. Ash sat down on the floor, putting himself below her eye level. A non-threatening position. You remember more than you let on. You have dreams about it, don't you? Visions. Things you can't explain. Her hands twisted in her lap. How do you know that? Because I've been having them too. He met her eyes. Something's coming through from ultra space. The same thing that touched you during the accident. And the anomaly, the creature in the restricted lab, told me you're carrying something. A key that the Concordat wants desperately to use. The Concordat. She whispered the word like it was familiar. Like she'd heard it before, in dreams she'd tried to forget. Do you know what I'm talking about? Lily closed her eyes. For a moment, she seemed to be struggling with something internal, a barrier, a block, a wall built to keep terrible memories at bay. Then her eyes opened, and they were different. Clearer. More present. When it touched me, she said slowly, the Nihilego, it showed me things. The place it came from. The minds that control it. They wanted me to understand what was coming, so I would be afraid. So the fear would make the key easier to use. What kind of key? A frequency. A pattern imprinted in my consciousness that can resonate with the seal between worlds. Her voice was steady now, almost clinical. When I'm frightened enough, when the terror reaches a certain threshold, the pattern activates. It sends a signal through the barrier, weakening it at specific points. Ash felt cold horror creeping through him. They made you into a weapon. They made me into a detonator. A tear slid down her cheek, but her voice didn't waver. Every nightmare, every panic attack, every time a Pokemon comes too close and I freeze in terror, I'm broadcasting. Sending the signal. Helping them break through. How do we stop it? I don't know. I've tried to control my fear, to stay calm, but... She laughed bitterly. They chose well. A little girl, traumatized by Pokemon, living in a foundation full of them. Every day is another opportunity to trigger the key. There has to be a way to remove it. Or neutralize it. Maybe. But it would require understanding exactly how the Nihilego implanted it, and then finding a way to reverse the process. Lily looked at her brother. Gladion has a theory. Gladion stepped forward, his expression grim. Type, Null, Silvally, was designed to fight Ultra Beasts. It's a chimera, combining traits from multiple Pokemon to create something capable of adapting to any dimensional threat. The same technology that created it might be capable of extracting the pattern from Lily's mind. But the helmet has to come off first. And I haven't been able to do it. Every time I try, Silvally's power becomes unstable. Without proper containment, it could hurt itself or others. Frustration colored his voice. I've been working on it for 3 years. I thought I was close, but you need resources. Equipment. Support. Ash stood. I can give you that. Aether has facilities that could help, legitimate facilities, not Faba's horror labs. You do that? Gladden. Listen to me. Ash put a hand on the other boy's shoulder. I'm not here to play politics or consolidate power. I'm here because something terrible is coming, and the only way to stop it is for all of us to work together. Your mother, your sister, you, me, everyone who understands the threat. You trust my mother? I trust that she wants to fix what she broke. Whether she can actually do it. Ash shrugged. We'll find out together. Gladion looked at Lily. She nodded slowly. Fine. I'll work with you. But if this turns out to be a trap, if you're just another of Mother's manipulations, then you can punch me in the face. Fair. Despite everything, Gladion's mouth twitched toward a smile. Fair. The next few days blurred together in a whirlwind of activity. Sophocles cracked Faba's classified networks, downloading terabytes of data that revealed the true scope of the branch chief's ambitions. The Gateway project was worse than anyone had imagined, a permanent, stabilized portal to ultra-space, designed to allow two-way traffic between dimensions. Faba's communications with the Concordat were documented, his promises and their manipulation laid bare in damning detail. Ash presented the evidence to Aether's board of directors in a closed-door meeting that lasted 6 hours. By the end, Faba had been stripped of his position, his assets frozen, and a warrant issued for his arrest. The man himself was nowhere to be found, he'd vanished into the depths of Aether Paradise the moment he learned his secrets were exposed. He's in the Gateway facility, Gladion reported grimly. Our contacts saw him heading for the submarine bay. Whatever he's planning, he's accelerating the timeline. Then we go after him. Ash was already moving, gathering his team. How many people can we fit in those submarines? The bay has 3 vessels. Capacity of 10 each. That's 30 people against however many fanatics Faba's recruited. Ash thought quickly. Gladion, you lead one team. Kiawe, you take another. I'll handle the third. And us? Mallow demanded. Mallow, Lana, stay with Lily. If this goes wrong, if Faba has a backup plan, she needs protection. Sophocles, I need you monitoring communications. If anything changes, I want to know immediately. What about Mother? Gladion asked quietly. Ash hesitated. Lusamine had been cooperating, providing authorization and support, but she was still recovering from her injuries, and her mental state remained fragile. She needs to know what's happening. But the decision to involve herself directly is hers. The submarine bay was hidden behind a false wall in Aether's lowest sub-basement, accessible only through a tunnel that Gladion's contacts had mapped years ago. Ash led his team through the cramped passage, Pikachu's cheeks providing the only illumination. When they emerged, the bay stretched before them, a massive underwater cavern, artificially lit, containing 3 sleek submarines and enough equipment to maintain a small fleet. And standing on the central dock, clearly waiting for them, was Faba. Ah, Chief Ketchum. How predictable. Faba's smile was twisted, desperate. I was wondering how long it would take you to find this place. It's over, Faba. The board knows everything. You have nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Faba laughed. I have somewhere magnificent to go. A dimension where my genius will be properly appreciated, where I'll rule as the ambassador of a new order. He gestured grandly. The gateway is complete. Activated. As we speak, the barrier is weakening. Soon, my benefactors will arrive, and everything you've worked for will be meaningless. Then I'll stop the gateway. You'll try. Faba snapped his fingers. From the shadows emerged his loyalists, 24 researchers and security personnel, all armed, all clearly prepared to die for their leader's vision. Behind them, Ash could see the gateway itself, a massive ring of unfamiliar technology, pulsing with energy that made his skin crawl. Last chance to walk away, Chief Ketchum. Join me, and you'll have a place in the new order. Refuse, and... Faba shrugged. Well. The Concordat is always hungry. Ash looked at the gateway, at the fanatics defending it, at the madman who had traded his humanity for promises of power. Then he reached for his pokeballs. Pikachu. Let's do this. The battle for Aether's soul had begun. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Shadows in the Foundation. The submarine bay erupted into chaos. Ash's pokeball was still in motion when Faba's loyalists released their own partners. A wall of Hypno, Alakazam, and Bruxish materialized between the gateway and the rescue teams. Psychic energy crackled through the cavern air, distorting perceptions and making the artificial lights flicker. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Target the ceiling. The electric attack arced upward, shattering several light fixtures and plunging sections of the bay into darkness. In the confusion, Ash's team scattered, finding cover behind equipment and support columns while their Pokémon engaged the enemy. Gladion moved like a shadow, type, null at his side. The Chimera Pokémon tore through a pair of Hypno with brutal efficiency, its masthead swinging like a battering ram. Whatever horrors had been inflicted in its creation, they'd also made it devastating in combat. The gateway. Gladion shouted. We need to reach it before the portal stabilizes. Ash could see the ring pulsing faster now, the energy within it shifting from purple to sickly green. Something was taking shape at its center, not fully formed yet, but growing more solid with each passing second. Kiawe, cover us. Gladion, with me. They pushed forward through the melee. Ash's Lycanroc intercepted an Alakazam's psychic attack, shrugging off the mental assault and retaliating with Stone Edge. Rowlet swooped overhead, peppering enemies with Razor Leaf while staying too fast to target effectively. A Bruxish lunged at Ash from his blind side. Pikachu moved faster, catching the attacker with a point-blank iron tail that sent it crashing into a console. Sparks flew, and somewhere in the facility, an alarm began to wail. The containment systems are failing. One of Faba's researchers screamed. The energy output is exceeding projections. It doesn't matter. Faba's voice rose above the chaos, pitched with manic glee. Let it exceed. Let it overflow. Our benefactors will stabilize everything once they arrive. Ash was close enough now to see the gateway clearly. The ring was enormous, 30 feet in diameter, and the machinery supporting it hummed with power that made his teeth ache. At its center, the forming shape had become recognizable, tentacles, a bulbous head, eyes that gleamed with ancient intelligence. A Nihilego. But larger than any he'd seen in the records. Larger than should have been possible. That's not a normal Ultra Beast, Gladion said, his voice tight. It's a Nexus creature. A fragment of the Concordat's core consciousness. Can we destroy it? Not without destroying the gateway first. And even then. Gladion's jaw clenched. It might be too late. Ash made a decision. Get to the control systems. Find a way to reverse the power flow or shut it down completely. What are you going to do? Buy you time. He didn't wait for Gladion's response. He was already running toward the gateway, Pikachu sprinting beside him, every other Pokémon he carried materializing in flashes of light. Lycanroc. Rowlet. Torracat. Rockruff. And one more, a Pokeball he'd received from Professor Kukui, containing a Pokémon he'd been training for weeks but never used in serious combat. Incineroar. I need you. The fire and dark type emerged with a roar that shook the cavern. It was massive, intimidating, radiating heat and confidence in equal measure. The creature took one look at the forming Nihilego and growled low in its throat. Yeah, Ash agreed. Let's take it down. They hit the emerging Ultra Beast like a thunderstorm. Pikachu's electricity crackled across its translucent form. Lycanroc stones tore through tentacles that regenerated almost instantly. Incineroar's flames burned hot enough to make the air shimmer, and for a moment, just a moment, the Nihilego's formation seemed to slow. But it wasn't enough. The creature was drawing power directly from the gateway, and as long as that connection remained, it could absorb any damage they dealt. Ash. Gladion's voice came from somewhere behind the control consoles. The power systems are too integrated. I can't shut it down without triggering a cascade failure that'll take out half of Aether Paradise. There has to be another way. There is, but, a crash, the sound of combat, Gladian's voice cutting off. Ash risked a glance backward. More of Faba's loyalists had broken through the defensive line, overwhelming the position where Gladion had been working. Type, Null was fighting 3 opponents at once, holding them back through sheer ferocity, but it couldn't protect Gladion and maintain the position simultaneously. Incineroar, Torracat, go help Gladion. Everyone else, keep hitting this thing. The 2 fire types peeled off, leaving Ash with Pikachu, Lycanroc, and Rowlet against a creature that seemed to grow stronger with every passing second. The Nihilego had fully emerged now, its body filling the gateway's ring, its tentacles reaching toward the cavern ceiling. "Little King," a voice whispered in his mind. The same voice from his dreams. "You cannot stop what is already in motion." The door opens. The feast begins. "Get out of my head. Your resistance is admirable. Futile, but admirable." The Nihilego's form pulsed, and suddenly the psychic pressure increased tenfold. Ash's knees buckled. Pikachu cried out, electricity sparking uncontrollably. "Join us willingly, and we will grant you a place of honor. You could rule this world as our viceroy. Isn't that what she offered you? A kingdom? Not like this. No. Then watch your kingdom fall." The Nihilego's tentacles shot outward, not toward Ash, but toward the cavern walls. Where they struck, the stone began to dissolve, revealing hidden conduits and power lines. The creature was attacking Aether Paradise's infrastructure directly, trying to collapse the entire facility. "Pikachu. Maximum power. Everything you've got." Pikachu's cheeks blazed with light. The little Pokémon gathered every ounce of electricity in its body, pulling charge from the air itself, building toward an attack that would either end the fight or end them both. Pika. Chew. The thunderbolt that erupted wasn't yellow. It was white, blinding, a pillar of pure electrical force that struck the Nihilego dead center and kept going, burning through the creature, into the gateway, through the machinery and into the power systems beyond. The facility went dark. In the sudden silence, Ash heard the Nihilego scream, not through his ears, but through his mind. A sound of frustrated rage, of interrupted purpose, of plans delayed but not destroyed. Then the emergency lights kicked in, red and dim, and Ash saw the gateway's ring cracked and smoking. The Nihilego was gone, retreated or destroyed, he couldn't tell, and the portal at the ring's center had collapsed into nothing. Pikachu. The little Pokémon lay still on the ground. Ash scooped him up, feeling the faint pulse of life, the shallow breathing. Exhausted beyond anything they'd ever attempted, but alive. "You did it, buddy. You did it. Ash." Gladion's voice, closer now. The other trainer emerged from the smoke, Type, Null at his side, both of them battered but standing. "The gateway's offline. Whatever was coming through got pulled back when the power failed. Faba. Gone. Escaped through a maintenance tunnel during the chaos. His loyalists are surrendering, but he." Gladion's expression darkened. "He got away." Ash looked at the ruined gateway, at the unconscious Pikachu in his arms, at the devastation surrounding them. They'd won this battle. But Faba was still out there, still dangerous, still connected to forces beyond human understanding. "This isn't over," he said quietly. "No." Gladion stood beside him, both of them staring at the smoking remains of impossible technology. "It's just beginning." The aftermath took weeks to sort through. Aether Paradise's lower levels were sealed while engineering teams assessed the damage. The submarine bay was placed under permanent guard, with rotating security details drawn from personnel Ash personally vetted. Every piece of Faba's research was catalogued, analyzed, and in most cases, destroyed. The employees who'd served as the branch chief's loyalists were interviewed one by one. Some had been coerced, threatened with harm to their families or careers if they didn't comply. These were offered counseling and reassignment. Others had been true believers, sharing Faba's vision of a new world order with humanity, or at least certain humans, elevated to power through alliance with ultra-space entities. These were terminated and, in several cases, handed over to Alolan authorities for prosecution. Ash oversaw all of it, learning more about leadership in those weeks than he had in years of traveling. He discovered that authority wasn't just about making decisions, it was about making sure decisions got implemented correctly, about following up and adjusting when reality didn't match expectations, about taking responsibility when things went wrong. And things went wrong constantly. Equipment failures. Personnel conflicts. Supply chain problems. Political pressure from Alolan officials who wanted to know why a teenage trainer was running one of their region's most important institutions. But he also discovered something else: he was good at this. Not good in the sense of never making mistakes. He made plenty. But good in the sense that people responded to his leadership style. His directness, his willingness to listen, his habit of asking questions rather than issuing orders, these qualities built trust in ways that Lusamine's autocratic approach never had. "You're different than she was," Wick told him one evening, as they reviewed the day's reports. "Lusamine always needed to be the smartest person in the room. You don't seem to care about that." "Because I'm not the smartest person in the room. I know that." Ash shrugged. "Why pretend otherwise? Most leaders do. It makes them feel secure. I feel secure when I know the people around me are competent and honest. Everything else is details." Wick smiled. "You really are remarkable, you know that. I'm just doing what needs to be done. That's what makes it remarkable." Lily began spending time outside her suite. It started small: a walk to the cafeteria with Glad-Eye on as escort, a visit to the conservation floor with Ash's friends running interference to keep Pokémon at a safe distance. But gradually, day by day, she expanded her comfort zone. Ash watched her progress with quiet satisfaction. The terror was still there, he could see it in her eyes whenever a Pokémon moved too quickly or made an unexpected sound, but she wasn't letting it control her anymore. "The key is still active," she told him during one of their conversations. "I can feel it, broadcasting whenever I get frightened. But the intensity is lower now. The signal is weaker. Because you're healing. Maybe. Or maybe because the Concordat lost their primary receiver when you destroyed the gateway." She smiled slightly. "Either way, I'll take it. We're going to find a way to remove it completely. Gladian's working with the rehabilitation team on Silvely's helmet. Once they crack that, they might be able to adapt the process for you. I know. He's been different lately. More present. More like the brother I remember from before everything fell apart. Having a purpose helps. Something to work toward besides just revenge." Lily studied him with those pale green eyes. "You've given him that purpose. You've given all of us something, a reason to believe things can get better. I'm just doing what needs to be done." She laughed softly. "You say that a lot. Has anyone ever told you it's a form of deflection?" Ash blinked. "What?" "Taking credit for your accomplishments. Acknowledging that you've done something extraordinary." Lily's expression was gentle but penetrating. "You saved my mother's life. You took control of an organization in crisis. You stopped a dimensional incursion that could have devastated Alola. And whenever anyone tries to recognize that, you brush it off. Just doing what needs to be done. I don't know how else to think about it. Maybe that's the problem." She reached out, touching his hand briefly. "You're allowed to be proud of yourself, Ash. You're allowed to feel good about the things you've accomplished. That's not arrogance, it's honesty." Ash didn't know what to say to that. The conversation stayed with him for days afterward, turning over in his mind during quiet moments. Was he deflecting? Did it matter? He didn't have time to figure it out. There was too much else demanding his attention. Faba resurfaced 3 weeks after his escape. The first sign was a series of equipment malfunctions at Aether facilities across Alola. Nothing catastrophic, just enough to disrupt operations and create headaches for the people trying to run things smoothly. Someone with intimate knowledge of Aether's systems was sabotaging them remotely. Then came the propaganda. Messages began appearing on Alola's digital networks, anonymous posts claiming that Aether Foundation had been taken over by a dangerous radical. That Ash Ketchum was manipulating Lusamine, using her gratitude to seize power he had no right to hold. That the reforms he was implementing were actually cover for his own experiments, worse than anything Faba had ever done. Lies, Gladion growled, throwing his tablet across the conference room. All of it. But people are believing it. Some people. Ash had learned to expect attacks on his credibility. Most can tell the difference between accusation and evidence. Most isn't enough. Faba's building support among the old guard, former Aether employees he fired or forced out, researchers whose projects you cancelled, anyone with a grudge against the new direction. How many people are we talking about? Hard to say. Dozens, at least. Maybe hundreds if you count sympathizers who aren't actively helping him. And what's he planning to do with them? Gladion's expression was grim. That's what I'm trying to find out. The answer came sooner than either of them expected. The attack on the conservation floor was coordinated and ruthless. They came at night, using maintenance tunnels that were supposed to be sealed. 20 armed individuals in unmarked clothing, carrying equipment designed to disable Aether security systems. They moved with military precision, neutralizing guards, and locking down sections of the facility before anyone could raise an alarm. Ash woke to Pikachu's frantic warning, electricity sparking in the darkness of his quarters. He was dressed and moving within seconds, reaching for pokeballs even as he sprinted toward the source of the disturbance. What he found was carnage. The conservation floor's main habitat had been breached. Pokémon were scattered everywhere, some injured, some in panic, some trying to protect others. And at the center of the chaos, directing his followers with calm efficiency, stood Faba. Ah, Chief Ketchum. Right on schedule. Faba. What is this? A demonstration. The former branch chief spread his arms, encompassing the destruction around them. A reminder that you cannot protect everything, no matter how hard you try. That power built on idealism is fundamentally fragile. You're hurting innocent Pokémon. For what? To prove a point. To prove that I can. Faba's smile was thin and cold. And to acquire certain assets that will be useful for my next phase. Ash noticed, then, what the attackers were actually doing. They weren't just causing chaos, they were capturing specific Pokémon, loading them into specialized containers. The targets seemed to be the unusual ones, creatures altered by dimensional exposure, experimental subjects from the rehabilitation program, Pokémon with unique abilities or characteristics. The anomaly, Ash realized. You're going after the anomaly. Among other things. The white creature is valuable, certainly. Its connection to ultra space could prove useful. Faba tilted his head. But I'm also interested in your performance tonight. The Concordat wants to understand you better. What better way than to observe you under pressure? You're still working for them. Even after what happened at the gateway. Working with them, not for them. A partnership of equals. Faba's eyes gleamed. They've shown me things, Ash. Possibilities you can't imagine. The gateway was just the beginning, a proof of concept. The real work is yet to come. I won't let you take those Pokémon. You'll try to stop me. That's what they want to see. Faba snapped his fingers, and his followers formed a defensive line around the capture operation. Give them a good show, Chief Ketchum. Your survival depends on remaining interesting. Ash didn't waste time with more words. He released his full team, Pikachu, Lycanroc, Incineroar, Rowlet, Torracat, and charged. The battle was different from the gateway confrontation. These weren't researchers playing at combat, they were trained fighters, their Pokémon disciplined and dangerous. Ash found himself pushed to his limits, coordinating his team in a defensive action while trying to protect the vulnerable creatures around them. Pikachu faced down a Magnezone, electricity crackling between them in a storm of opposing charges. Lycanroc engaged two Mytiana in a vicious melee, using the cluttered environment to its advantage. Incineroar went toe-to-toe with a Pangoro, the two heavy fighters exchanging blows that shook the floor. And still the capture operation continued. One container sealed, then another. Pokémon disappearing into Faba's custody despite everything Ash could do. The anomaly, someone shouted. We've got the anomaly. Ash's head snapped toward the voice. Through the chaos, he saw two of Faba's people carrying a specialized container toward an exit, a container that pulsed with soft white light. Pikachu. With me. He broke from the main engagement, trusting his other Pokémon to hold the line. Pikachu bounded ahead, electricity building for an interception strike. The container carriers saw them coming and ran faster. They reached the exit, slapped a control panel, and a security door began sliding shut. Pika. Pikachu's iron tail caught the door as it closed, jamming it halfway. Ash squeezed through the gap, feeling metal scrape against his sides, and emerged into a corridor where the two carriers were already loading their prize into a transport vehicle. Stop! One of them turned, releasing a Toxapex. The poisonous creature spread its spines, blocking the corridor. Pikachu didn't hesitate. Thunderbolt arced through the air, striking the Toxapex and overloading its defensive mechanisms. The creature collapsed, and Ash vaulted over it, reaching the transport vehicle just as its engine roared to life. He grabbed the rear door handle and held on. The vehicle accelerated, dragging him through the corridors of Aether Paradise at terrifying speed. Wind tore at his clothes. His grip slipped, caught, slipped again. Behind him, Pikachu was sprinting to catch up, falling further behind with every second. The transport took a corner too fast, and Ash lost his hold. He tumbled across the floor, rolling to absorb the impact, coming up just in time to see the vehicle disappear through an exterior door and onto Aether's landing pad. A helicopter was waiting. The transport pulled alongside, and Faba's people began transferring containers, including the one holding the anomaly. Ash ran, knowing he wouldn't make it, knowing he had to try anyway. The helicopter's rotors spun up. Faba himself appeared in the door, looking down at Ash with that infuriating smile. Better luck next time, Chief Ketchum. Give my regards to my former colleagues. The helicopter lifted off. Ash watched it disappear into the night sky, the anomaly and a dozen other Pokémon vanishing with it. He'd failed. The dawn found Ash standing on Aether's observation deck, staring out at the ocean. The battle's aftermath surrounded him, damaged facilities, injured Pokémon, exhausted personnel working to restore order. But his mind was on the helicopter, on Faba, on the creatures he'd been unable to protect. It's not your fault. He didn't turn. He recognized Lusamine's voice, her footsteps approaching across the deck. They were my responsibility. And you fought for them. Harder than anyone could have expected. She came to stand beside him, her reflection a pale ghost in the observation window. Faba spent months planning this attack. He knew our security systems, our response protocols, our weaknesses. You held him off with nothing but your Pokémon and your determination. It wasn't enough. It's never enough. That's the nature of leadership, you can't protect everyone, no matter how much you want to. Her voice softened. I learned that lesson too late. I hope you learn it without letting it destroy you. Ash finally looked at her. Lusamine's face was drawn, shadowed by her own failures and regrets. But there was something else there too, concern for him, genuine and unguarded. He's planning something bigger, Ash said. The gateway was a test. Last night was a test. He's gathering resources, building toward some final move. Then we'll stop him. How? He's always one step ahead. He knows this organization better than I ever will, and he's got the Concordat whispering in his ear. You have something he doesn't. Lusamine placed a hand on his arm. People who believe in you. People who'll fight for you, not because you threaten them or pay them, but because they trust you. Faba never understood that kind of loyalty. It's why he'll never be able to build anything lasting. Pretty words. But they didn't save those Pokemon. No. They didn't. She didn't try to soften the truth. But they'll help you save the next ones. And the ones after that. If you let them. Ash turned back to the ocean. Somewhere out there, Faba was planning his next move. The anomaly was in captivity, its warning silenced. And the Concordat waited, patient as ever, for the door between worlds to finally open. I need to find him, Ash said quietly. Not just react to his attacks, find him and end this. That will be difficult. Faba has resources we don't fully understand, support from entities beyond our world. Then I'll need help from entities beyond our world too. He thought of the anomaly's words, the visions it had shared. The Tapus recognized it when you arrived in Alola. The Island Guardians. They sealed Ultra Space once before. Maybe they can help seal it again. The Tapus are not easily approached. They choose their champions, not the other way around. Then I'll give them a reason to choose me. Ash's jaw set. Whatever it takes. The island challenge took on new meaning after that night. Ash had started it as a personal journey, a way to grow stronger while exploring Alola's culture and traditions. Now it became something else, a pilgrimage, a quest to prove himself worthy of the Island Guardian's attention. He threw himself into the remaining trials with an intensity that surprised even his closest friends. Each challenge became an opportunity to demonstrate not just strength, but wisdom, compassion, and the qualities the Tapus were said to value. Mallow's trial tested his understanding of nature and cooperation. He passed by working alongside the Pokémon rather than directing them, earning their trust through patience and respect. Kiawe's trial tested his courage and his bond with his fire-type partners. He passed by facing his fears directly, acknowledging his doubts rather than pretending they didn't exist. Lana's trial tested his emotional resilience, forcing him to confront memories of failure and loss. He passed by accepting those memories as part of himself, not weaknesses to be hidden. Each trial brought him closer to something. He could feel it, a growing awareness at the edge of his perception, presences watching from beyond normal sight. The Tapus were paying attention. Whether that attention was favorable remained to be seen. Meanwhile, Gladion made progress on Silvali's helmet. The release mechanism is biological, not mechanical, he explained during one of their strategy sessions. The helmet was designed to suppress Silvali's adaptive abilities, keep it locked in a neutral state. But the creature itself has been working against it, building tolerance, weakening the restraints. With the right stimulus, we might be able to trigger a controlled release. What kind of stimulus? Trust. Gladion's expression was complicated. The scientists who created Type, Null never gave it that. They treated it as a weapon, a thing to be controlled. I've been trying to show it something different, that partnership is possible, that it doesn't have to be alone. And it's working. Slowly, but it's working. He looked at Ash with something approaching respect. Your approach, the way you treat your Pokémon as partners rather than tools, it influenced me more than I wanted to admit. Made me rethink everything I thought I knew about training. Glad I could help. Don't let it go to your head. But Gladion was almost smiling. We're close, Ash. A few more weeks, maybe less. Once Silvally is fully awakened, we'll have a weapon capable of fighting Ultra Beasts on their own terms. Not a weapon. A partner. Yeah. A partner. The smile became real. You really are different than my mother, you know that? So people keep telling me. The break came from an unexpected direction. Sophocles, still monitoring Aether's digital networks for signs of Faba's interference, noticed an anomaly, a pattern of encrypted communications that didn't match any known protocol. When he traced them, he found something that made his eyes go wide. Someone's been sending messages to ultra space, he reported, his voice shaking. Not through the gateway, it's destroyed. Through some kind of biological relay. Something living that can transmit across dimensional barriers. The captured Pokemon, Ash realized. Faba's using them as antennas. That's my best guess. The signal originates from somewhere in the Alolan Island chain, but the exact location is obscured by some kind of interference pattern. Can you narrow it down? Maybe. But I'll need help. The kind of help that requires. Sophocles hesitated. Actually, I might know someone. A researcher I met at the Tech Symposium last year. She specializes in dimensional physics, and she's been tracking unusual energy signatures across Alola. Dr. Tanaka? No, someone else. Her name is Burnett. Professor Burnett. She's married to Professor Kukui. Ash blinked. Kukui's wife is a dimensional physicist. Yeah. She's been studying ultra wormholes for years, the natural ones that open occasionally without human interference. If anyone can help us find Faba's transmitter, it's her. Set up a meeting. As soon as possible. Professor Burnett was everything Sophocles had promised and more. She arrived at Aether Paradise with energy and enthusiasm that seemed incongruous given the severity of the situation, but Ash quickly realized that her brightness was armor, a way of coping with the darkness she studied professionally. So you're the one who's been shaking things up, she said, shaking Ash's hand with a grip stronger than he expected. Kukui's told me all about you. The kid who faced down the Concordat and lived to tell about it. I had help. You always do. That's what makes you interesting. She pulled out a tablet covered in complex diagrams. Now, let's talk about what you found. Biological transmission across dimensional barriers, that's not supposed to be possible with current technology. If Faba's figured it out, he's either a genius or he's getting instructions from the other side. Probably both. Probably. She swiped through several screens. The energy signatures Sophocles identified are consistent with a modified Nihilego. They have natural resonance with ultra space, that's how they navigate the void between dimensions. If someone could stabilize that resonance and direct it, they could use it to communicate. Or to broadcast signals that weaken the seal. Exactly. Burnett's expression grew serious. I've been tracking anomalous activity across Alola for years. Most of it is natural, random fluctuations in the barrier that don't mean anything. But recently, the patterns changed. The fluctuations are becoming regular, rhythmic. Like something's testing the seal, looking for weaknesses. The Concordat. Has to be. And if Faba's providing them with real-time intelligence about our world. She shook her head. We need to find him. Soon. Can you help with that? I can try. The transmission signal has a distinctive frequency, if I can isolate it, I might be able to triangulate the source. She was already working on her tablet, fingers flying across the screen. It'll take time, though. And we'll need to get closer to one of the signal peaks to get accurate readings. Where's the nearest peak? Ula Island. The desert region, near the volcano. She looked up at him with an expression that mixed excitement with concern. It's also where the barrier is weakest. Where the Concordat's influence is strongest. Then that's where we're going. The Haina Desert stretched before them like a vision from another world. Red sand drifted in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, shaped by winds that came from nowhere and went to nowhere. The volcano loomed on the horizon, its peak wreathed in permanent cloud. And everywhere, a sense of presence, of being watched by something vast and unknowable. Ash walked at the head of the group, Glad Ion, Pikachu, Professor Burnett, and Type, Null in its constant masked vigilance. Kiawe had wanted to come, but someone needed to stay behind and manage Aether's defenses. The same was true for the others, Mallow protecting Lily, Lana coordinating security, Sophocles maintaining their communication links. The signal's getting stronger, Burnett reported, watching her equipment. We're definitely in the right area. But the exact source is still unclear, the desert's magnetic properties are interfering with my readings. Then we do this the old-fashioned way. Ash scanned the landscape. Look for anything out of place. Structures, equipment, signs of recent activity. They searched for hours. The desert fought them every step, sand that shifted beneath their feet, heat that sapped their strength, optical illusions that made distances impossible to judge. More than once, Ash thought he saw Faba watching from a distant dune, only for the figure to dissolve into heat shimmer when he looked directly at it. Finally, as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, they found what they were looking for. A cave entrance, hidden in the shadow of a rock formation. Fresh tracks in the sand leading inside. And standing guard at the entrance, a Pokémon that made Ash's blood run cold. Not one of Faba's captured creatures. Something else entirely. An Ultra Beast. It looked like an insect of some kind, massive, armored, with claws that gleamed in the fading light. It turned toward them as they approached, its alien eyes reflecting nothing but cold assessment. Buzzwole, Glad Ion breathed. A fighting-type Ultra Beast. Extremely dangerous. It's guarding the entrance. Which means whatever's inside is important. Or it's a trap. Probably both. Ash reached for his Pokeballs. But we didn't come this far to turn back now. The Buzzwole moved first. It was faster than something that size had any right to be, crossing the distance between them in a single bound. Its fist came down like a hammer, and only Pikachu's desperate thunderbolt deflected the blow. The battle was brutal and brief. Type, Null took the brunt of the Ultra Beast's assault, its chimeric nature allowing it to withstand damage that would have felled any normal Pokémon. Pikachu and Ash's other partners struck from angles, exploiting openings, wearing down their opponent's defenses. But it was Glad Ion who ended it. In a moment of crisis, with Type, Null pinned beneath the Buzzwole's grip, something changed. The masked Pokémon's body convulsed, light pouring from the cracks in its helmet, and with a sound like tearing metal, the restraints fell away. What emerged was magnificent. Silvally stood where Type, Null had been, larger, sleeker, radiating power that made the air itself hum. Its eyes blazed with intelligence and purpose, and when it roared, the Buzzwole actually flinched. The Ultra Beast turned to flee. Silvally didn't let it. One strike. A single blast of energy that seemed to shift through every type simultaneously, adapting to exploit the Buzzwole's weaknesses. The creature collapsed, twitching, defeated. Silvally, Glad Ion whispered. His eyes were bright with tears he'd never admit to. You did it. The Pokémon turned to its trainer and made a sound that was almost a purr. Something had changed between them, a bond deepening, trust solidifying into something unbreakable. That's beautiful, Burnett said softly. But we need to move. Whatever's in that cave knows we're here now. Ash nodded. Let's go. The cave descended deeper than expected. They moved in silence, guided by bioluminescent fungi that cast everything in shades of blue and green. The walls were carved with symbols Ash didn't recognize, ancient markings that Burnett photographed obsessively. Prealolan, she muttered. Maybe even pre-human. Someone, or something, was here a very long time ago. The ones who made the seal. Possibly. These symbols, they look almost like instructions. A warning, maybe. They reached a chamber. It was vast, cathedral-sized, dominated by a structure that made Ash's breath catch. Not a gateway like Faba's crude machinery, something organic, grown rather than built. An arch of crystalline material that pulsed with inner light, patterns flowing across its surface like living circuitry. And before it, kneeling in what might have been prayer, was Faba. He wasn't alone. The captured Pokémon were arranged around the arch in a careful pattern, each one connected to the structure by tendrils of light. At the center, floating within a containment field, the anomaly pulsed weakly, still alive, but clearly suffering. Impressive, isn't it? Faba rose without turning. An artifact from the original ceiling. The Concordat showed me how to find it, how to activate it. With the right organic components, namely, our dimensionally touched specimens, it can be used to reverse the seal's function. Instead of keeping ultra space out, it will draw it in. Stop this, Faba. Why would I do that? I'm so close to achieving everything I've worked for. Now he did turn, and Ash saw that something had changed. Faba's eyes were wrong, too bright, too knowing, reflecting light that wasn't there. They've promised me a kingdom, Chief Ketchum. A real kingdom, not the shadow authority you've been playing with. When the Concordat arrives, I will be their voice. Their viceroy. The ruler of a new world order. They're using you. They'll consume you the moment you're no longer useful. Perhaps. But by then, I'll have already won. Faba raised his hand, and the arch pulsed brighter. The process is nearly complete. In a few minutes, the seal will invert, and nothing will be able to stop what comes through. Gladden. Silvally. The newly evolved Pokémon stepped forward, its adapted body shimmering with potential energy. Faba's smile faltered. Ah! The Chimera has achieved its final form. How inconvenient. He snapped his fingers. No matter. I have protections. Ultra wormholes opened around the chamber, small ones, but enough. More ultra beasts emerged, Pheromosa, Xurkitree, creatures of impossible biology and devastating power. They surrounded Ash's small group, outnumbering them badly. A farewell gift from my benefactors, Faba said. They wanted to see how you'd handle overwhelming odds. Consider this the final examination. Ash looked at the creatures surrounding them. At the pulsing arch. At the tortured Pokémon feeding it power. At the anomaly's fading light. Then he looked at Pikachu, at Gladion and Silvally, at Professor Burnett clutching her equipment like a weapon. Overwhelming odds, he repeated. And despite everything, he smiled. Story of my life. He released every Pokémon he had. Gladion did the same. Burnett, to everyone's surprise, produced her own Pokeballs, a team of research partners trained for exactly these kinds of situations. The chamber erupted into war. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Weight of the Crown. The chamber became a maelstrom of light and violence. Ash moved through the chaos like he'd been born to it, directing his Pokémon with instincts honed across 7 regions and countless battles. Pikachu darted between the legs of a Pheromosa, electricity crackling, while Incineroar grappled with a Xurkitree twice its size. Lycanroc bounded off walls, using the chamber's terrain to strike from unexpected angles. But the Ultra Beasts kept coming. Every time one fell, another wormhole flickered open. The Concordat was feeding reinforcements directly into the fight, testing Ash's limits with methodical precision. The Arch. Burnett shouted over the din, we need to disrupt the power flow. If we can free the captured Pokémon, on it. Gladion was already moving, Silvally carving a path through the enemy ranks. The Chimera Pokémon's adaptive ability proved devastating against the Ultra Beasts, shifting types mid-combat, exploiting weaknesses that changed with each opponent. Ash fought his way toward Faba. The former branch chief hadn't moved from his position before the arch, watching the battle with that unsettling brightness in his eyes. He seemed almost amused, as though the violence surrounding him was entertainment rather than existential conflict. You're persistent, Faba observed as Ash drew closer. The Concordat admires that quality. They've offered to preserve it when they remake your consciousness. I'll pass. You don't have a choice. Faba's hand moved in a gesture that seemed almost casual, and the arch pulsed brighter. The process is self-sustaining now. Even if you defeat every Ultra Beast in this chamber, even if you somehow incapacitate me, the seal will still invert. You've already lost. Then why are you still talking? Faba's smile flickered. Because they want you to understand. To appreciate the magnitude of what's about to happen. You've been chosen as a witness, Chief Ketchum. A recorder of history's final chapter. I've been chosen for a lot of things lately. Ash's hand found a pokeball, one he'd been saving. Most of them turn out different than expected. He released Roulette directly at Faba's face. The branch chief stumbled backward, surprised by the direct attack. Rowlett's leaf blade caught him across the shoulder, drawing blood, and suddenly the amusement in his eyes transformed to fury. You dare, Pikachu. Now. The electric mouse had been waiting for this moment, building charge through the entire battle. The thunderbolt that erupted wasn't aimed at Faba or the Ultra Beasts, it struck the crystalline arch directly, overloading one of its power conduits. The effect was immediate. Several of the captured Pokémon convulsed as the tendrils connecting them to the arch flickered and failed. The anomaly's containment field destabilized, white light spilling into the chamber. And the arch began to crack. No. Faba lunged toward the structure, hands reaching for controls that weren't there. You don't understand what you're destroying. This is humanity's future. This is humanity's extinction. Ash grabbed Faba by the collar, pulling him away from the failing arch, and it ends now. The chamber shook. Ancient stone groaned under stresses it hadn't experienced in millennia. The wormholes began collapsing one by one, sucking the Ultra Beasts back into the void they'd emerged from. We need to evacuate. Burnett was already herding the freed Pokémon toward the exit, her own team providing escort. This whole place is coming down. Gladion appeared at Ash's side, Silvally close behind. The anomaly, we can't leave it. Ash looked toward the failing containment field. The white creature floated within, its form flickering, weakening. But its eyes found his across the chaos, and he felt that familiar pressure, that wordless communication. Go. I will hold the arch until you escape. No. He said it aloud without meaning to. I'm not leaving you. You must. My purpose was always this, to prevent the breach, whatever the cost. Something like warmth entered the non-voice. You gave me hope that it was possible. That this world was worth protecting. Now go. Protect it. There has to be another way, there isn't. But there is another purpose I can serve. The anomaly's form began to glow brighter. The key in Lily's mind. I can feel its frequency now, connected to this arch. When I destroy myself, I will destroy the key as well. She will be free. The chamber shook again, more violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling. Ash. Gladion grabbed his arm. We're out of time. Ash looked at the anomaly one last time. The creature that had crossed dimensions to warn them. That had waited in a cage for someone capable of understanding. That was now sacrificing itself to protect a world it had barely glimpsed. Thank you, he said quietly. For everything. Thank you for listening. Then he ran. They emerged from the cave as the ground beneath them collapsed. The desert swallowed the entrance in a cascade of sand and stone, sealing away the ancient chamber and everything within it. The arch's destruction sent shockwaves through the dimensional barrier. Ash felt it like a pressure behind his eyes, a momentary sense of vast forces rebalancing. Then silence. They stood in the fading light, covered in dust and blood, surrounded by the Pokémon they'd managed to rescue. Faba was unconscious, restrained with zip ties Burnett had produced from somewhere in her equipment pack. The battle was over. But victory felt hollow. The anomaly, Gladion said quietly. It's really gone. Yeah. Ash's voice was rough. It chose to go. To save Lily. Then we need to confirm that it worked. Burnett was already on her communicator, establishing a link to Aether Paradise. Sophocles. Can you hear me? We need someone to check on Lily immediately. Static, then, Professor Burnett. What happened? We lost your signal for no time. Lily. Check on her. Now. A tense minute passed. Then Mallow's voice came through, she's here. She's fine. Actually, she's more than fine, she says she feels different. Lighter. Like something that's been pressing on her mind for years just stopped. Ash closed his eyes. At least that much had been worth it. The key's gone, he said. The anomaly destroyed it when it destroyed the arch. Then the Concordat lost their back door. Gladian's expression was complicated, relief warring with grief for a creature he'd barely known. The seal is intact. For now. Burnett's voice was cautious. What Faba built was based on ancient technology he barely understood. There might be other artifacts, other weaknesses. We won't know until we have time to study what happened. Then we'll study it. Ash straightened, forcing his exhaustion aside. But first, we get everyone home. We treat the injured. We deal with Faba. And then? Then we figure out what comes next. The return to Aether Paradise was subdued. Word of the battle had spread, and employees lined the corridors as Ash's group made their way to the medical wing. Some watched with curiosity, others with concern. A few applauded softly, a gesture that embarrassed Ash more than he wanted to admit. Faba was handed over to security and placed in a high-security holding cell pending trial. Ash interviewed him once, hoping for information about other Concordat assets or hidden facilities. The former branch chief just laughed. You think this changes anything? The Concordat has been planning for millennia. One failed attempt, one lost artifact, these are inconveniences, not defeats. His eyes still held that unnatural brightness, even behind bars. They'll find another way. They always do. Then we'll stop them again. For how long? You're mortal, Chief Ketchum. You'll grow old and die while they simply wait. Your children will fight them. Your grandchildren. Endless generations, holding back an inevitable tide. Faba's smile was almost pitying. Why delay the inevitable? Accept their offer. Join them. Be part of what's coming instead of a brief obstacle in its path. Ash left without answering. There was nothing to say to someone who traded their humanity for promises of power. Lusamine found him on the observation deck that evening. The sun was setting over Alola, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Ash stood at the railing, Pikachu dozing on his shoulder, his thoughts far away. You saved the world today, she said, coming to stand beside him. Not many people can claim that. Doesn't feel like saving. Feels like barely surviving. That's usually how it feels. She followed his gaze toward the horizon. The anomaly, you said it sacrificed itself. That it could have escaped but chose to stay. It said it found hope here. That we were worth protecting. His voice caught slightly. I barely knew it. We only really talked twice. But it felt like losing a friend. Perhaps that's what it was. What it became, in the time you knew each other. Lusamine was quiet for a moment. When I was connected to the Nihilego, before you found me in the jungle, I glimpsed something. A vision of what the Concordat wanted this world to become. A feeding ground, stripped of everything that makes it alive and conscious and beautiful. And now? Now I see something different. A world that refuses to be consumed. That finds champions willing to stand against impossible odds, not because they expect to win, but because surrender is unthinkable. She turned to face him fully. You've given me something I thought I'd lost forever, Ash. A reason to believe that my mistakes might still be corrected. That the foundation I built might still become what I originally intended. It will. We'll make sure of it. We will. She smiled, and for the first time since he'd known her, it reached her eyes without reservation. But first, you need to rest. You've been running on adrenaline and willpower for days. Your body will rebel eventually. I'm fine. You're stubborn. There's a difference. She placed a hand on his arm, the same gesture she'd made before, but different now. Less desperate. More certain. Please. For my peace of mind, if nothing else. Let me worry about Aether for one night while you recover. Ash looked at her hand, then at her face. The setting sun caught her features, softening the lines of stress and age that marked her expression. She wasn't the remote, intimidating figure he'd first encountered in the jungle. She was someone who'd made terrible mistakes and was fighting to make them right. Someone who'd found hope in the most unlikely of places. Okay, he said quietly. One night. Thank you. She squeezed his arm gently, then released him. I'll have dinner sent to your quarters. And Ash? Yeah. Thank you. For everything you've done. For everything you continue to do. Her voice carried a weight of sincerity that made his chest tight. This organization doesn't deserve you. But I'm grateful beyond words that you chose to help us anyway. Before he could respond, she turned and walked away, her white dress catching the fading light like a ghost disappearing into shadow. Ash watched her go, something complicated turning over in his chest. Pika. Pikachu murmured, stirring from his doze. Yeah, buddy. Time for bed. Sleep came easily but didn't bring peace. Ash dreamed of ultra space again. The void stretched around him, infinite and hungry, but this time it was different. Instead of the Concordat's presence pressing against his consciousness, he felt something else, a scattering of awareness, countless points of light in the darkness. The survivor. The voice wasn't the Concordat's cold whisper. It was something warmer, almost familiar. You destroyed our anchor. Freed the captured key. Set back our arrival by decades, perhaps centuries. Good. You misunderstand. We are not the Concordat. We are what remains of the worlds they consumed. Fragments of consciousness, preserving memory against the void. Ash stared into the darkness, trying to make sense of what he was experiencing. The points of light seemed to pulse in response to his attention, each one a tiny flame of awareness. The one you called the anomaly was one of us. The last physical form capable of crossing between dimensions. Now that it is gone, we can only reach you through dreams. What do you want? To help. To share what knowledge we still possess. The lights flickered in what might have been sorrow. The Concordat is patient, but not infinitely so. Your world has proven more resistant than most. They will escalate. Commit greater resources. Find new weaknesses to exploit. How do I stop them? The seal was created by forces your ancestors barely understood, beings of tremendous power, native to your world, who recognized the threat and chose to act. The island guardians carry echoes of that power. If you could earn their blessing, learn the true nature of the seal. I've been trying. The Island Challenge. Trials designed for children, testing basic virtues. Dismissiveness colored the non-voice. You need something greater. A trial worthy of what you've become. A test that will force the guardians to truly see you. What kind of test? We cannot say. The guardians keep their own counsel. The lights began to fade, the connection weakening. But we can tell you this, the answer lies not in strength alone. The Concordat has faced warriors before. What they cannot understand, what they have never overcome, is genuine connection. The bond between partners, between friends, between all living things. That is your power, Ash Ketchum. Do not forget it. The dream dissolved, and Ash woke to sunlight streaming through his window. His head ached, but for the first time in weeks, he felt something like clarity. He knew what he had to do. The following weeks were a masterclass in leadership under pressure. Ash threw himself into Aether's restructuring with renewed energy. He promoted Wick to a newly created position of Chief Ethics Officer, giving her authority to review and approve all research projects. He established an external oversight board composed of regional professors and conservation experts. He implemented transparency measures that made Aether's operations visible to anyone who cared to look. The resistance was fierce. Faba's supporters, though diminished, still had influence. They leaked damaging stories to the press, sabotaged equipment, spread rumors designed to undermine Ash's credibility. Every day brought new fires to extinguish. But the support was stronger. Employees who chafed under Faba's reign came forward with information, ideas, enthusiasm. The conservation division flourished without research's constant interference. Even former skeptics began to acknowledge that something genuine was changing within the Foundation. And in the midst of everything, Ash continued his island challenge. He faced Nanu's trial on Ula Ula, battling through waves of dark-type Pokémon while confronting questions about justice, punishment, and the nature of authority. He passed, but barely. The Kahuna's probing questions about his right to lead Aether had struck deeper than any physical attack. He completed Hapu's trial on Pony Island, demonstrating mastery over ground-type strategies while exploring themes of legacy and inheritance. The young Kahuna, only recently elevated to her position, understood something about bearing responsibilities beyond one's years. Each trial brought him closer to the ultimate goal. Each challenge refined his understanding of what it meant to be worthy. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the island guardians began to respond. He saw them in glimpses. Tapu Koko, watching from a distant ridge during his training sessions. Tapu Lele, dancing through flowers near where Lily had finally begun working with Pokémon again. Tapu Bulu, a massive presence in the jungle, turning its ancient gaze toward him before vanishing into the canopy. Tapu Fini, a shimmer on the ocean's surface, there and gone before he could be certain. They were watching. Evaluating. Making decisions he couldn't influence. All he could do was continue to be himself, and hope that was enough. The breakthrough with Lily happened 3 months after the cavern battle. She approached him in the conservation habitat, moving carefully through spaces populated by dozens of Pokémon. Her fear was still present, he could see it in her eyes, in the way her hands tended to clench when something moved too quickly, but it no longer controlled her. "I want to help," she said simply. "With the work you're doing. The mission. You're already helping. Your intelligence analysis has been invaluable." "That's not what I mean." She took a breath, steadying herself. "I want to work with Pokémon directly. In the field. Like you and Gladion do." Ash studied her carefully. "Are you sure you're ready for that?" "No. I'm terrified." Her smile was wavering but real. "But you taught me something. That fear doesn't have to be the end of the conversation. That you can be afraid and still choose to act. I taught you that. Among others." She looked around at the Pokémon surrounding them, creatures that would have sent her into panic attacks just months ago. "The anomaly gave its existence to free me from the key. I want that sacrifice to mean something. I want to become someone worthy of that gift. Then let's start with something small." Ash reached for a Pokeball. "This is a friend of mine. Rowlet. Probably the least threatening creature in existence." The grass type emerged with its characteristic drowsy confusion, immediately looking around for a comfortable place to nap. Lily laughed, a sound of genuine delight. "It's adorable. And lazy. Incredibly lazy." Ash gently placed Rowlet in her arms. The bird Pokémon blinked at her, decided she was comfortable, and promptly fell asleep. Lily stood perfectly still, holding the creature like it was made of glass. But she was holding it. And she wasn't running. This is. She whispered. This is actually happening. First step of a long journey. But yeah. Ash smiled. It's happening. Gladion watched from a distance, Silverly at his side. His sister looked happy. Genuinely happy, in a way he hadn't seen since before their family fractured. The terror that had haunted her for years was finally loosening its grip, and the person emerging from beneath it was someone remarkable. She's going to be okay, Ash said, joining him. Maybe. Eventually. Gladion's voice was guarded, but less hostile than it had been. You've been good for her. For all of us, really. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Don't get used to it. But there was something approaching warmth in Gladion's tone. I wanted to talk to you about something. About what comes next. The Concordat? Partially. But also, after. Gladion turned to face him fully. You've done what you set out to do. Stopped Faba, reformed Aether, saved the world from dimensional invasion. You could leave now, go back to your journey, and no one would blame you. Is that what you want? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Gladion's expression was complicated. I spent 3 years planning to tear this place down. Every day was focused on gathering evidence, building cases, preparing to destroy my mother's legacy. Now. I don't know what to do with myself. Maybe that's the point. Finding something new to work toward. Ash considered his next words carefully. You could stay. Help run things. Your knowledge of Aether's operations is invaluable, and you've earned the respect of the staff. Work for you, you mean? Work with me. There's a difference. He met Gladion's eyes. I wasn't lying when I said I don't plan to stay forever. Eventually, I'll go back to traveling, competing, doing what trainers do. When that happens, someone needs to be ready to take over. You're offering me the foundation. I'm offering you the chance to make it what it should have been. What your mother wanted before the Concordat twisted her vision. Ash smiled slightly. Consider it part of my long-term restructuring plan. Gladion was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. I'm not saying yes. But I'm not saying no either. Ash shook it. That's all I'm asking. The political challenges proved harder to resolve than the dimensional ones. Alola's governing council demanded answers about the events at the cavern. They wanted to know why a teenager was running one of the region's most important institutions, how dimensional incursions had occurred without warning, and what measures were being taken to prevent future incidents. Ash attended hearing after hearing, answering questions with patience he didn't feel. He brought evidence, expert testimony, detailed reports of Aether's reforms. He endured accusations of incompetence, suggestions that he should step aside in favor of qualified leadership, and barely veiled implications that the whole situation was somehow his fault. Through it all, he kept his temper. You're handling this better than I would, Mallow told him after a particularly brutal session. If they talked to me like that, I'd have dumped soup on someone by now. Tempting. But it wouldn't help. Ash rubbed his eyes, exhausted. They're scared. Dimensional rifts, ultra beasts, ancient conspiracies, it's a lot to process. Attacking me is easier than accepting that the universe is stranger and more dangerous than they want to believe. That's very mature of you. I'm practicing. He managed a tired smile. One of these days, it might even feel natural. For what it's worth, I think you're doing great. She placed a hand on his shoulder. And not just with the political stuff. With everything. The foundation, the team, the people who depend on you. Thanks, Mallow. That means a lot. It should. I'm very important. She grinned. Now come on. Lana made dinner, and if we're late, Kiawe will eat all the good stuff. The Tapus made their move on a night when Ash was alone. He'd been training in Aether's combat simulation room, pushing himself through exercises designed to test both his Pokémon's abilities and his own strategic thinking. It was past midnight when he finally stopped, drenched in sweat, every muscle aching. That's when the lights went out. Not a power failure, the emergency systems didn't activate. Instead, the darkness took on a quality of presence, of intention. Something was happening that transcended normal reality. Pikachu. His partner was gone. His other Pokeballs were empty, their contents vanished without explanation. Ash stood alone in the absolute blackness, waiting. Champion. The voice wasn't a voice. It was a pressure in his mind, a concept translated imperfectly into something his consciousness could process. And it came from 4 directions simultaneously, 4 presences, vast and ancient, surrounding him in the void. You have completed the trials. Walked the paths. Proven your worth in the ways that humans measure worth. The Island Guardians. We are the Guardians. The Watchers. The Seal's Keepers. The presences shifted, and Ash caught glimpses of them in the darkness: Tapu Koko's fierce electricity, Tapu Lele's playful light, Tapu Bulu's ponderous strength, Tapu Fini's mysterious depths. We have observed you since your arrival in Alola. Your battles. Your choices. Your heart. What do you want? What do you want? The question rebounded, amplified. You seek our blessing. Our power. Access to the Seal's architecture. But why? To protect this world. To stop the Concordat from words. Dismissal colored the concept. Anyone can speak words. We ask again, why? Ash felt himself standing at a threshold. The Tapus weren't asking about his goals or strategies. They were asking something deeper, something about the fundamental nature of his motivation. He thought about all the reasons he could give. Duty. Responsibility. The lives at stake. The anomaly's sacrifice. Lusamine's redemption. His friend's faith in him. All true. All insufficient. Because I don't know how to be anything else, he finally said. I've been fighting to protect people and Pokémon since I was 10 years old. Not because I chose it, it just happened. Someone needed help, and I was there, and I helped. Over and over, until it became who I am. He took a breath. I don't know if that makes me worthy. I don't know if I'm the right person for this. But I know that if I walk away, someone else will have to stand up, and they might not be ready. So I stay. I fight. I try to do better than I did yesterday. And if it costs you everything, your journey, your dreams, your life, then it costs me everything. His voice didn't waver. Some things are worth that. Silence. The presences conferred in ways he couldn't perceive, exchanging perspectives across dimensions he couldn't imagine. Then, slowly, the darkness began to lift. You are young. Incomplete. Full of errors and limitations. But the criticism carried something unexpected, something almost like approval. You are also genuine. Uncorrupted. Capable of growth beyond your current form. We grant you access to the Seal's architecture. Not because you are worthy, worthiness is an illusion humans invented to comfort themselves. But because you are willing. Because you will try, and fail, and try again, and perhaps eventually succeed. This is the blessing of the Island Guardians. Power flowed into him, not aggressive, not overwhelming, but profound. He felt his understanding expand, perceived connections and structures that had been invisible before. The dimensional barrier wasn't just a wall between worlds, it was a living thing, a network of energy and intention maintained by countless points of stability. And he could see where those points were weak. Where the Concordat had probed. Where future attacks might come. Use this knowledge wisely. The Seal cannot last forever, whatever you do. But every year it holds is a year your world has to prepare. To grow. To perhaps find another way. Be well, champion. We will watch. The vision faded. Ash found himself standing in the simulation room, the lights flickering back to normal, Pikachu materializing beside him with a confused chirp. He looked at his hands. They looked the same. But something fundamental had changed, he could feel it, deep in the core of his being. He'd been given a gift. Now he had to figure out what to do with it. The emergency alert woke everyone 2 hours later. Ultra wormholes were opening across Alola. Not the controlled apertures Faba had created, but wild ones, dozens of them, appearing and disappearing in random locations. Ultra beasts were emerging, causing chaos, attacking without coordination or apparent purpose. It was as if the dimensional barrier itself was having a seizure. What's happening? Lusamine demanded as Ash rushed into the command center. Our sensors are going haywire. The readings don't match anything in our database. The Concordat. Ash's newfound understanding was already processing the data. They know their infiltration plan failed. They know about Faba, the Arch, the Key. So they're trying something else. Brute force. They're tearing holes in the barrier. Not permanently. The seal is holding, I can feel it. But they're testing it. Probing for weaknesses. Gathering intelligence for a larger assault. Gladion appeared, silverly at his side. What do you need? Every available trainer. We need to contain the Ultra Beasts before they cause casualties, then close the wormholes before the seal takes too much damage. Ash's mind was racing, strategies forming faster than he could articulate them. Gladion, you take Akala. Kiawe, Melee. Lana and Mallow, coordinate response teams across the other islands. What about you? I'm going to the source. He could see it now, through the gift the Tapus had given him, a focal point where the dimensional pressure was greatest. There's a primary wormhole forming over Pony Island. The others are satellites, drawing power from it. If I can close the main breach, the others will collapse. Lusamine's eyes were sharp. But that wormhole will also have the strongest defenses. The most powerful Ultra Beasts. Then it's a good thing I have the blessing of the Island Guardians. Ash was already moving toward the exit. Pikachu, we've got work to do. Pika. The flight to Pony Island took 20 minutes by ether transport. Ash spent the time reviewing reports, coordinating with his teams, and trying to process the chaos unfolding across Alola. The satellite wormholes were causing significant damage, property destruction, injuries, widespread panic, but his friends were containing the worst of it. Trainers across the region were responding, either from heroism or simply because running wasn't an option. The primary wormhole came into view as they approached Pony. It dominated the sky above the island's altar, a swirling vortex of impossible colors that made the air itself seem to bend. Around its edges, Ultra Beasts were emerging in waves, Nihilego, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, creatures of every type and form Aether had documented. And something else. Something larger. Something that was using the wormhole itself as a platform, directing the assault with terrible intelligence. Little King, the Concordat's voice echoed in his mind. You've grown stronger since we last spoke. More aware. The Guardian's gift has expanded your perception. Did you think we wouldn't notice? Did you think we wouldn't respond? Ash leaped from the transport before it fully landed, Pikachu on his shoulder, every Pokeball in his belt ready to release. I notice you're hiding behind your minions, he called out. Afraid to face me directly? Afraid? Amusement, cold and vast. We are not a single being, Little King. We are a collective. A consciousness distributed across billions of years and countless consumed worlds. What stands before you is merely an avatar, a fragment sufficient to test your limits. Then let's find those limits. The battle began. Ultra Beasts swarmed toward him from every direction. Ash's team exploded into action, Pikachu, Lycanroc, Incineroar, Silvally, and others, working in coordinated patterns honed through years of practice. They carved through the first wave, then the second, then lost themselves in a chaos that made counting impossible. But Ash's attention was on the Avatar. The thing at the wormhole's heart was Nihilego, but evolved beyond anything he'd seen before. Massive, luminous, its tentacles reaching toward him with hungry precision. Each one that he dodged seemed to learn from the miss, adjusting for his movement patterns, adapting to his strategies. And it was smart. Terribly, terrifyingly smart. You resist well, the Concordat observed. Better than most. But you cannot win. Every moment you fight depletes your strength, while we draw power directly from ultra space. Eventually, you will falter. And when you do, a tentacle wrapped around Lycanroc, lifting the Pokémon into the air. Ash felt his partner's pain through their bond, the creature's confusion, its determination, its trust that Ash would save it. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. The attack struck true, severing the tentacle and freeing Lycanroc. But the Avatar simply regenerated, its form flowing like liquid, weakness becoming strength. See. Futile. Everything you do, we adapt. Everything you learn, we counter. The outcome is inevitable. Maybe. Ash was breathing hard, his body pushed to its limits. But his mind, his expanded awareness, was still working. Still perceiving. Still understanding. The seal's architecture. The focal points. The weaknesses. And the solution. But I don't need to beat you, he said. I just need to close the door. He reached for something he'd never touched before, the power the Tapus had given him. The connection to the seal itself. And he pushed. The wormhole screamed. That was the only word for it. The sound was reality itself protesting as Ash forced the dimensional breach to contract. The Avatar's form shuddered, its tentacles flailing as the power feeding it began to fail. What are you doing? This is impossible, no human should be able to, I'm not doing it alone. Ash could feel them now, at the edges of his awareness, the island guardians, adding their power to his. Tapu Koko's electricity, Tapu Lele's psychic force, Tapu Bulu's ancient strength, Tapu Fini's mysterious depths. All of them, working through him, using him as a conduit for their combined will. The wormhole collapsed. The Avatar disintegrated, its form unable to maintain coherence without the dimensional connection sustaining it. Ultra beasts across Alola were sucked back through the satellite wormholes as those portals failed in chain reactions. The barrier stabilized, stronger than before, reinforced by the same power that had originally created it. And Ash collapsed. He woke in Aether's medical wing, surrounded by beeping monitors and the worried faces of everyone he cared about. How long, he managed. 3 days. Lusamine's voice was strained. You nearly killed yourself. The doctors say the energy transfer should have been fatal. Should have been. The Tapus did something. Stabilized you while your body recovered. Gladian's expression was unreadable. You scared us, Ash. All of us. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be careful. Mallow took his hand, tears in her eyes. We can't lose you. Not after everything. You won't. He squeezed her hand weakly. I'm too stubborn to die. That's not funny. It's a little funny. He managed a tired smile. What's the situation? The wormholes. Closed. All of them. Kiawe reported. Whatever you did, it worked. The barrier's holding stronger than ever. Burnett says the Concordat would need decades to rebuild enough influence to try again. Faba. Still in custody. His connection to the Concordat seems to have been severed when the Avatar was destroyed. He's confused. Diminished. Might actually face justice now. Ash nodded slowly. It wasn't total victory, the Concordat still existed, still threatened, would still eventually return. But they'd bought time. Years, maybe decades, for this world to prepare. And the foundation? Running smoothly. Lusamine's smile was complicated. You've built something remarkable, Ash. An organization that functions whether you're present or not. Most leaders never achieve that. That was the plan. His eyes were growing heavy. Sorry. Need to rest. Of course. She leaned forward and, hesitantly, pressed a kiss to his forehead. Rest. Recover. We'll be here when you wake up. He was already asleep before she finished speaking. Recovery took weeks. The power transfer had damaged something in Ash's body, nothing permanent, the doctors assured him, but his reserves were depleted in ways that would take time to rebuild. He spent days in physical therapy, relearning movements that had once been automatic. Nights in restless sleep, processing experiences that didn't fit in normal consciousness. But gradually, he healed. And as he healed, he began to think about the future. You're different, Lily observed during one of her visits. Since the battle. Quieter. More, inward. I've been thinking a lot. About what? About what comes next. He gazed out the window at Aether Paradise's gleaming spires. I didn't expect any of this. The foundation, the responsibility, the dimensional warfare. I just wanted to become a Pokemon master. Travel. Compete. Maybe win a league someday. Do you regret it? No. Not exactly. He struggled to articulate something that didn't quite have words. But I'm realizing that I can't keep doing both. Running Aether and pursuing my own journey. Eventually, I'll have to choose. When? Not yet. There's still work to do here. But. He turned to face her. Your brother's almost ready. He understands the Foundation, cares about its mission, has the respect of the staff. In a year, maybe two, he could run this place as well as I do. You're planning to leave. I'm planning to give myself the option. He smiled slightly. The Concordat will return eventually. When they do, Alola will need defenders. I want to make sure those defenders are ready, and that they don't have to rely on one person to save them. Lily was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. Whatever you decide, know that you've already done more than enough. You saved my life, literally. You gave my family a second chance. You protected an entire region from forces it couldn't have faced alone. Her eyes were bright. You're a good man, Ash Ketchum. Whatever path you choose, you'll walk it well. Thanks, Lily. His voice was rough. That means more than you know. The year passed faster than he expected. Ash threw himself into preparing Aether for transition, training Gladion in the intricacies of leadership, establishing systems that would outlast any individual. He continued his work with the Island Guardians, learning the seal's architecture in greater depth, building relationships that might prove crucial when the Concordat returned. And he rediscovered something he'd almost lost, the joy of being a trainer. Training sessions became celebrations rather than obligations. Battles with his friends became adventures rather than preparations. He remembered why he'd started this journey in the first place, not for duty or responsibility, but for the sheer wonder of partnering with Pokemon and exploring everything the world had to offer. On the anniversary of his arrival at Aether Paradise, he called a staff assembly. The atrium was packed, just as it had been on his first day. But the faces were different now, not suspicious or uncertain, but expectant. Hopeful. They knew change was coming, and they trusted it would be good. 1 year ago, Ash began, I stood in front of you and admitted I had no idea what I was doing. I promised to learn, to listen, to do better than the day before. He paused, looking out at the crowd. I think I kept that promise. Not perfectly, I made mistakes, missed things, let people down. But I tried. And with your help, we accomplished something remarkable. Aether Foundation is what it was always meant to be, a sanctuary for Pokemon, a force for good in the world, an organization that its employees can be proud of. Applause, warm and genuine. Ash let it wash over him before continuing. Now it's time for the next chapter. I'm stepping back from day-to-day operations, transferring leadership to someone who knows this organization better than I ever will. Someone who's spent his whole life connected to Aether, who understands both its potential and its dangers, who's grown into a leader capable of guiding it into the future. He turned toward the side of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the new Chief Operating Officer of Aether Foundation, Glad-Ion. The applause that followed was thunderous. Glad-Ion walked to the center of the stage, his posture straight, his expression composed. But Ash caught the flicker of nervousness beneath, and the determination that overrode it. Thank you. Glad-Ion's voice was steady. I know many of you remember me as the boy who ran away. Who spent years fighting against this organization instead of working within it. I won't pretend that history doesn't matter. He paused, gathering himself. But I've learned something this past year. Sometimes the people who see an institution's flaws most clearly are the ones best equipped to fix them. And sometimes the hardest thing isn't tearing down what's broken, it's building something better in its place. He looked at Ash, something complicated passing between them. I can't replace what Ash brought to this organization. His vision, his determination, his ability to inspire people who'd never met him to believe in something greater than themselves. But I can honor his legacy by continuing the work he started. By making sure Aether Foundation remains everything he fought to make it. He turned back to the crowd. That's my promise to you. Not perfection, I'm not capable of that. But effort. Dedication. And the commitment to do better today than I did yesterday. He managed a slight smile. I learned that from someone who knows what it means to keep trying against impossible odds. The assembly dissolved into celebration. People congratulated Glad-Ion, thanked Ash, made plans for a future that seemed brighter than anyone had expected. In the midst of it all, Ash found himself standing beside Lusamine, watching the crowd with something like contentment. You're really leaving, she said quietly. Not yet. I'll stay for the transition, make sure everything's stable. But eventually, yeah. I'm going back to my journey. I'll miss you. The words carried more weight than their simplicity suggested. Ash turned to look at her, this woman who'd started as a crisis to be solved and become something far more complicated. I'll miss you too. Will you visit? Try to stop me. He smiled. Besides, someone needs to check that Glad-Ion doesn't turn into a workaholic. His sister can only do so much. Lusamine laughed, a real laugh, warm and unguarded. Then I suppose I'll see you again, Ash Ketchum. Sooner rather than later, I hope. Count on it. The departure came on a morning like any other. Ash stood on Aether's landing pad, his bag packed, his Pokemon at his side, his friends gathered to see him off. The sun was rising over Alola, painting the sky in colors that seemed specifically chosen for the moment. You sure you don't want an escort? Glad-Ion asked. We could send a transport, ferry's fine. I've gotten used to doing things the normal way. Ash grinned. Besides, I hear there's a tournament in Hoenn next month. Might be time to see if I can finally win one of those things. You'll win eventually. Lily hugged him, no longer flinching from Pikachu's proximity. You're too stubborn not to. That's what I keep telling myself. Mallow was crying, Lana was pretending not to cry, and Kiawe was maintaining a stoic expression that fooled no one. Sophocles had prepared a farewell gift that he assured Ash would not explode under normal circumstances. Even Wick had come, standing at the edge of the group with her usual composed demeanor. The foundation won't be the same without you, she said when he reached her. You changed everything, Ash. Everything. You changed it. All of you. I just pointed in a direction and trusted you to run. That's leadership. Understanding that you don't have to do everything yourself. She smiled. Take care of yourself. And come back sometime. I'd hate for Gladion to think he's the best trainer on staff. Ash laughed and turned toward the ferry dock. And there was Lusamine, standing apart from the others, watching him with those pale green eyes. He walked to her, unsure what to say, unsure if words were even necessary. So, she said quietly. The king leaves his kingdom. The king was always just a visitor. The kingdom belongs to itself. He reached out and took her hand. Take care of yourself, Lusamine. And let your kids take care of you sometimes. They're better at it than you think. I know. Her fingers tightened around his. I know a lot of things now that I didn't before. Thanks to you. Thank yourself. You did the hard work. We did it together. She stepped closer, close enough that he could see the complexity of emotion in her eyes. Is it strange that I don't want you to go? Even though I know you should. It's not strange. It's human. I suppose it is. She smiled, sad and bright at once. Be well, Ash Ketchum. And when you're ready, when you've done everything you need to do, come back. I think we still have unfinished business. What kind of business? The kind that takes a lifetime to figure out. She released his hand, stepping back. Now go. Before I embarrass myself by asking you to stay. Ash nodded, turned, and walked toward the ferry. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. The memories of this place, these people, everything they'd built together, those would stay with him wherever he went. Pikachu jumped to his shoulder as he boarded the vessel. The little Pokémon looked back at Aether Paradise one last time, then turned forward, ready for whatever came next. So, buddy, Ash said as the ferry pulled away from the dock. Where to next? Pika Pika. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. The ferry carried them toward the horizon, toward new adventures and old dreams. Behind them, Aether Paradise gleamed in the morning light, a monument to what could be achieved when people chose to work together, to believe in something greater than themselves. And in the Foundation's observation deck, Lusamine watched until the ferry disappeared from sight. Then she turned and went back to work. There was still a world to protect. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Breaking Point. 6 months later, everything changed. Ash was in Hoenn when the message reached him, a priority transmission from Aether Foundation, encrypted with protocols reserved for genuine emergencies. He'd just finished competing in the Evergrande conference, placing in the top 4 before losing to a trainer with a Mega Gardevoir that had outmaneuvered his entire strategy. The loss stung, but it was the good kind of sting. The kind that meant he'd pushed his limits and found new ones to push. Then the message arrived, and everything else stopped mattering. Ash. Gladion's face filled the communicator screen, and his expression sent ice through Ash's veins. We have a situation. Lily's been taken. The world narrowed to a single point. What happened? 3 hours ago, a team of operatives infiltrated Aether Paradise. Professional, well-equipped, clearly planned in advance. They bypassed security, neutralized resistance, and extracted Lily before anyone could mount an effective response. Gladion's voice was controlled, but Ash could see the fear beneath. We have footage. We know who's responsible. Faba. Yes. And no. Gladion's jaw tightened. He escaped custody 2 weeks ago. We didn't announce it because we were trying to track him quietly. Now we know why he took the risk. The Concordat. They're making their move. The kidnapping isn't random, they specifically targeted Lily. According to our intelligence, they believe she still carries some fragment of the key that was implanted during her original Nihilego exposure. The anomaly destroyed the key. I watched it happen. You watched it try. Apparently, it wasn't completely successful. Gladian's expression was haunted. There's a residual pattern in her neural architecture. Dormant, nearly undetectable, but still present. And Faba's had 2 years to study dimensional physics without our oversight. He may have found a way to reactivate it. Ash was already moving, stuffing equipment into his bag, calculating travel times. Where did they take her? That's the problem. We don't know. The extraction team used a portable wormhole generator, cruder than Faba's original design, but functional. They disappeared into ultra space itself. Then I'll go after them. Into ultra space. Ash, that's non-negotiable. His voice was flat, final. Get me transport to Aether Paradise. Now. I'll figure out the rest when I arrive. Already en route. Estimated arrival at your position in 40 minutes. Gladion paused. Ash. I'm sorry. I should have, don't. We'll do the blame game later. Right now, we focus on getting her back. He cut the connection and turned to Pikachu. Ready, buddy. The electric mouse's cheeks sparked with determination. Pika. The transport pushed its engines to their limits, cutting a 3-hour flight down to 90 minutes. Ash spent the time reviewing everything they knew about Faba's activities since his escape, the Concordat's methods, and the nature of ultra space itself. The picture that emerged was terrifying. Faba hadn't been idle during his imprisonment. He'd maintained contact with Concordat agents through methods Aether security had never detected: dream communication, dimensional resonance, techniques that operated outside normal surveillance. His escape had been carefully orchestrated, timed to coincide with a moment when Aether's attention was focused elsewhere. And the Concordat had evolved. Reports from dimensional monitoring stations across the region showed increasing activity at barrier weak points. Not the brute force assault they'd attempted before, but something subtler. Probing. Testing. Learning. They're preparing for something, Burnett's analysis concluded. The attack on Aether, the kidnapping of Lily, these aren't isolated events. They're part of a larger operation, and we're only seeing the pieces they want us to see. Ash stared at the data, trying to find patterns, connections, anything that would tell him where to start looking. Nothing. The Concordat had spent millennia perfecting the art of consumption. They'd destroyed countless worlds, absorbed countless civilizations. Whatever they were planning, it would be beyond anything he could anticipate. But he had to try anyway. Aether Paradise was in chaos when he arrived. Security personnel rushed through corridors, coordinating response efforts. Technical teams analyzed the breach, trying to determine exactly how Faba's operatives had penetrated their defenses. Medical staff treated the injured, several employees had been hurt during the extraction, though none fatally. And at the center of it all, Lusamine stood like a pillar of ice. Report, she said as Ash entered the command center. 3 confirmed extraction points. 17 security personnel incapacitated, most with non-lethal methods. They wanted to avoid complications, not cause casualties. Wick's voice was steady, but her hands shook as she worked her console. The wormhole generator was deployed in the main habitat area. We've analyzed the residual energy signature, but the destination coordinates are problematic. Problematic how? They lead to a region of ultra space we've never mapped. Deep territory, beyond anything our probes have explored. Wick looked up, her expression grim. If we try to follow, we'd be going in blind. No landmarks, no known entities, no way to predict what we'd encounter. I'll go anyway. Every head in the room turned toward Ash. He stood in the doorway, still wearing his traveling clothes, exhaustion carved into his features. But his eyes were sharp, focused, burning with determination. Ash. Lusamine's voice was careful. We don't even know if a rescue is possible. Ultra space isn't a physical location, it's a dimensional manifold with rules that change based on the consciousness of whoever's experiencing it. You could search for years without finding her. Then I'd better start quickly. This isn't heroism. This is suicide. Maybe. He crossed the room to stand before her. But Lily's family to me. To all of us. And I don't leave family behind. Family. Something shifted in Lusamine's expression, pain, guilt, desperate hope. I failed her. Again. I was supposed to protect her, and instead, you didn't fail anyone. Faba did this. The Concordat did this. Ash took her hands, forcing her to meet his eyes. And we're going to stop them. Together. How? I don't know yet. But we'll figure it out. He released her hands and turned to face the room. Everyone. I need ideas. Anything you've got, theories, speculation, wild guesses. What does the Concordat want with Lily? What can we do about it? Silence. Then, hesitantly, a junior researcher raised her hand. The key. The one they implanted in her during the original exposure. We assumed it was destroyed, but if fragments remain. Go on. The original key was designed to resonate with the seal, to weaken specific points that would allow controlled incursion. If the Concordat can reactivate even a partial version, they might be able to do the same thing. Not a full breach, but a focused penetration. A beachhead. Where would they establish this beachhead? Somewhere with existing dimensional instability. Somewhere the barrier is already thin. The researcher pulled up a map of Alola, highlighting several locations. The most likely candidate is here, the Altar of the Sun on Pony Island. It's the site of the original sealing ceremony, and it still resonates with the barrier's architecture. So they kidnap Lily, reactivate the key, bring her to the altar, and use her to punch a hole in the barrier. In theory, yes. But the timing would have to be precise. They'd need to synchronize the key's activation with some kind of external event, a cosmic alignment, an energy surge, something that amplifies dimensional instability. Sophocles, who'd been working furiously at a secondary console, suddenly straightened. The Celestial Festival. It's in 3 days. The alignment of Solgaleo and Lunala's dimensional aspects creates a natural resonance point. That's why the original sealing ceremony was performed during the festival. They're going to recreate the ceremony, Ash realized. But in reverse. Instead of sealing Ultra Space, they're going to open it. And they need Lily to do it. Gladian's voice was rough. They're going to use my sister as a key to destroy everything. Not if we stop them. Ash turned back to the map. We have 3 days. That's not much time, but it's something. We need to figure out where they're holding Lily, rescue her before the festival, and stop whatever ritual they're planning. How do we find her in Ultra Space? Ash closed his eyes, reaching for the connection the Tapus had given him. The seal's architecture. The patterns of dimensional energy. The threads that connected everything. And there, faint but present, a beacon. Something calling to him from across impossible distances. I can feel her, he said quietly. The key fragment in her mind. It's resonating with the barrier, and I can sense that resonance through my connection to the seal. He opened his eyes. I know where she is. Then let's go get her. The rescue team assembled within hours. Ash would lead the primary extraction force, himself, Gladion, and Silvally, along with their full complement of Pokémon. They'd enter Ultra Space through a controlled wormhole, follow Ash's connection to Lily's location, and extract her before the Concordat could complete their preparations. Kiawe and Lana would coordinate the defense of the Altar of the Sun, preparing for the possibility that the rescue failed and the enemy proceeded with their ritual anyway. Mallow and Sophocles would manage communications and logistics from Aether Paradise. Wick would oversee the technical aspects of the wormhole generation. And Lusamine would remain at command, coordinating all elements of the operation. I should be going with you, she said as Ash made final preparations. Lily is my daughter. My responsibility. You're also the only person who fully understands the seal's architecture from Faba's perspective. If something goes wrong, if we need to improvise, you're the one who can figure out countermeasures. Ash checked his equipment one final time. Besides, someone needs to run things here. Gladion can't do that from ultra space. I know. She took a breath. I'm tired of being the one who watches while others risk their lives. You're not watching. You're commanding. There's a difference. He turned to face her fully. Lusamine. When I get back, when we get Lily back, there are things we need to discuss. Things I've been putting off because the timing never seemed right. What kind of things? The kind that take a lifetime to figure out. He smiled slightly, echoing her words from a year ago. But first, we save your daughter. Everything else can wait. Be careful. Always. He walked toward the wormhole generator, where Gladion was waiting with Silvally. The portal shimmered before them, a gateway into uncertainty, danger, and the unknown. Ready? Gladion asked. Ready. Ash looked at Pikachu on his shoulder. Let's bring her home. They stepped through. Ultra space was worse than Ash remembered. The void pressed against his consciousness from every direction, trying to dissolve his sense of self into the endless dark. Colors that shouldn't exist flickered at the edges of perception. Sounds emerged from nowhere and everywhere, whispers in languages that predated human thought. But Ash had walked this path before. He knew how to hold himself together, how to anchor his identity against the dissolution. Stay close, he said. And focus on why we're here. That'll help. Gladion nodded tightly, his face pale but determined. Silvally moved between them, its adapted senses scanning for threats. They pushed deeper into the void, following the resonance that Ash could feel pulling at the edges of his awareness. It was like tracking a scent, if scent were made of dimensional harmonics instead of molecules. The key fragment in Lily's mind sang to the barrier, and through his connection to that barrier, Ash could hear its song. Time passed. Or didn't pass. In ultra space, the concept became meaningless. They encountered ultra beasts, scouts or guards, impossible to tell which. Buzzwole and Pheromosa, Xurkitree and Celesteela, creatures of every type and threat level. Each battle was harder than the last, draining their strength, forcing them to dig deeper into reserves they couldn't afford to exhaust. But they kept moving. And finally, impossibly, they found what they were looking for. A structure hung in the void, not built, but grown, organic architecture that pulsed with bioluminescent light. It looked like a hybrid of coral reef and cathedral, spires reaching toward non-existent skies, chambers nested within chambers in patterns that hurt to observe directly. And at its heart, Ash could feel Lily's presence. Terrified, but alive. The Concordat's sanctuary, Gladion breathed. Faba's intelligence mentioned this place, but I thought it was legend. Legends have a way of being real around here. Ash studied the structure, looking for weaknesses, entry points, anything they could exploit. We need to get inside without triggering their defenses. Impossible. The place is a fortress, it probably has security measures we can't even perceive. Then we go through fast enough that the defenses can't respond. Ash's hand found Pikachu's head. Remember the Cynthia match in Sinnoh? When we had to break through her Garchomp's wall. Pika. The electric mouse's cheeks sparked. Same principle. Overwhelming speed and power. We hit them before they know we're coming, grab Lily, and get out before they can organize a response. That's not a plan. That's a prayer. It's all we've got. Ash met Gladion's eyes. You in? A long pause. Then Gladion's expression hardened with determination. Always. They hit the sanctuary like a meteor. Ash's entire team deployed at once, a coordinated assault that struck the outer defenses from multiple angles. Pikachu's thunderbolt shattered bioluminescent barriers. Lycanrock's stone edge punctured organic walls. Incineroar crashed through obstacles with brute force while Rowlet provided aerial reconnaissance. Silvally led the charge into the breach, its adapted form shifting to counter each threat it encountered. Where Nihilego emerged, it became steel. Where Buzzwole attacked, it transformed to flying. Its type-shifting ability proved devastating against creatures that had evolved to counter specific threats. They pushed deeper, following Ash's connection to Lily's resonance. Through chambers filled with captured consciousness, the remnants of consumed civilizations, still aware enough to watch their passage with desperate hope. Past laboratories where Concordat researchers studied dimensional physics with methodology that made Faba's work look primitive. Beyond defenses that would have stopped any normal invasion but couldn't adapt fast enough to handle their coordinated assault. And finally, they reached the core. Lily hung suspended in a containment field at the chamber's center, her eyes closed, her body motionless. Tendrils of dark energy connected her to machinery that pulsed with terrible purpose, devices designed to amplify the key fragment in her mind, to turn her into a weapon that would shatter dimensional barriers across an entire region. And standing before her, waiting for them with patient certainty, was Faba. "Impressive," he said. His voice had changed, deeper, more resonant, carrying harmonics that suggested he was no longer speaking entirely alone. "I knew you'd find us eventually. The Concordat wanted to see how you'd do it. Let her go, Faba." "Why?" "She's serving a greater purpose now. Her sacrifice will usher in a new age, one where the barriers between dimensions fall and true unity becomes possible." His eyes gleamed with that unnatural brightness. "You could be part of it, Ash. The Concordat remembers your potential. They're still willing to make you an offer." "I'll pass." "Your loss." Faba raised his hand, and the chamber's defenses activated. Ultra beasts emerged from walls that suddenly opened like wounds. Not ordinary ones, enhanced creatures, modified by Concordat science, stronger and faster than anything Ash had encountered before. They swarmed toward the rescue team in coordinated waves. "Gladden. Keep them busy. I'm getting Lily." Ash sprinted toward the containment field while his partner engaged the defenders. Pikachu ran interference, disrupting attacks before they could reach him. But the distance seemed to stretch, the field growing further away with every step. "Little King." The Concordat's voice pressed into his mind, stronger here in the heart of their sanctuary. "You still don't understand. This isn't a battle you can win. The girl belongs to us now. Her consciousness is already merging with our collective. Then I'll pull her back. You'll destroy her mind in the attempt. The key fragment has rooted itself too deeply. Remove it forcibly, and there will be nothing left of the person she was." Ash reached the containment field. Up close, he could see Lily's expression, peaceful, almost serene, as if she were having a pleasant dream. But beneath the surface, he sensed turmoil. A struggle. Her consciousness fighting against absorption into something vast and hungry. "Lily." He pressed his hands against the field. "Lily, can you hear me?" Her eyes opened. For a moment, they were her own, green and frightened and desperately glad to see him. Then something else looked through them. Something ancient and cold. "You came for her." The voice emerged from Lily's mouth, but it wasn't her speaking. How touching. How futile. "She's ours now. Has been since the moment our servant touched her mind all those years ago. The key was just the beginning, a seed planted in fertile soil, waiting for the right moment to bloom." "I don't believe you." "She's still in there. She's still fighting." "Fighting?" Amusement rippled through the connection. "Perhaps. But for how long? Every moment she resists, we learn more about her consciousness. Her memories, her hopes, her fears. Soon, we'll know her better than she knows herself." And then nothing. Ash reached for the power the Tapus had given him. The connection to the seal. The ability to perceive and manipulate dimensional energies. Because I'm not leaving without her. He pushed. The containment field resisted, ancient technology designed to withstand interference from any source. But Ash wasn't attacking it with normal means. He was using the seal itself, channeling the barrier's power through his connection to it. The field flickered. Cracked. Shattered. Lily fell forward, and Ash caught her. She was light in his arms, too light, as if part of her had already been drained away. But she was breathing. Alive. Ash. Her voice was a whisper. They're in my head. I can feel them, trying to make me do things. I can't, I don't know how long I can, it's okay. We're getting you out of here. The key. It's still active. If they get me to the altar, if they complete the ritual, they won't. I promise. The chamber shook. Fabo was screaming something about containment failure, about plans being disrupted. The Ultra Beast defenders were pressing Glad Ion hard, their modified abilities overwhelming even Silvali's adaptations. We need to leave. Now. Working on it. Gladion's voice was strained. But I'm a little busy. Ash looked around the chamber, searching for options. The way they'd come was blocked by Ultra Beasts. Other exits were sealed or guarded. The only path that seemed clear led deeper into the sanctuary. Toward the heart of the Concordat itself. There. He pointed. We go that way. That's toward the core consciousness. It's suicide. It's also unexpected. They won't think we're crazy enough to try it. Because we're not crazy enough to try it. We are today. Ash lifted Lily in his arms and started moving. Come on. We're getting out of here, one way or another. The core was worse than the rest of the sanctuary. The void pressed closer here, consciousness made manifest, the combined awareness of countless absorbed civilizations forming a pressure that threatened to crush individual identity. Glad Ion stumbled, Silvally whined, even Pikachu's cheeks dimmed as the weight of it pressed down on them. But they kept moving. And then they weren't alone. The Concordat didn't appear in the conventional sense. There was no body, no form, no singular presence to confront. Instead, the void itself became aware, watching them, studying them, deciding what to do with these tiny sparks of consciousness that had penetrated so deeply into its domain. You fascinate us, the Knot voice said, pressing from all directions at once. Such determination. Such futile courage. Most creatures flee when they sense our approach. You walk toward us. I go where I need to go. And where is that, exactly? You cannot escape us. This place exists within us, we are the walls, the floor, the air you breathe. There is no direction that leads away from what we are. Then I'll make one. Ash reached for the seal again. But this time, he didn't try to channel its power through himself. He tried something different, something he'd never attempted before, something he wasn't even sure was possible. He tried to create an exit. The barrier between dimensions wasn't just a wall. It was a fabric, woven from countless threads of energy and intention. And like any fabric, it could be cut. Reshaped. Made to open where it had been closed. The Tapus had shown him the architecture. Now he would use it. What are you? Light erupted in the void. A tear, a wound, a doorway that shouldn't exist. Through it, Ash glimpsed impossible things, not the normal world, not even ultra-space, but the space between spaces. The fabric of reality laid bare. And in that glimpse, he saw the path home. Go. Glad Ion didn't hesitate. He grabbed Ash's arm and pulled them all through the tier, human, Pokemon, rescued hostage, everything that mattered. The Concordat's scream of frustrated rage chased them, pressing against the edges of the wound Ash had created. But they were faster. They tumbled out into daylight, crashing onto solid ground, gasping for air that didn't taste of oblivion. Ash looked up and saw familiar sky, familiar trees, familiar birds wheeling overhead. Alola. They were back in Alola. We made it. Gladion's voice was stunned. We actually made it. Where? Lily stirred in Ash's arms, her eyes struggling to focus. Where are we? Home. We're home. He held her closer, relief flooding through him in waves. You're safe. But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't entirely true. The Concordat was still out there. The key fragment was still in Lily's mind. The Celestial Festival was less than 2 days away. They'd won this battle, but the war was far from over. The return to Aether Paradise was tense but triumphant. Lily was immediately taken to the medical wing, where doctors began assessing the damage the Concordat had inflicted. The initial reports were cautiously optimistic. Her physical health was compromised but recoverable, and the mental intrusion hadn't progressed as far as feared. But the key fragment remained active. And as long as it existed, she would be a target. We need to remove it, Ash said during the emergency strategy session. Completely, this time. No fragments, no residual patterns, nothing the Concordat can exploit. The anomaly couldn't do it fully, and it sacrificed itself trying. Burnett's voice was gentle. What makes you think we can succeed where it failed? Because we understand more now. The anomaly was working alone, improvising with limited knowledge. We have the seal's architecture, Silvali's adaptive abilities, and, he paused. And me. My connection to the barrier. If I can create doorways in ultra space, maybe I can also close doorways in someone's mind. That's extremely theoretical. It's also our only option. Lusamine, who had been silent throughout the discussion, finally spoke. What would it involve? For Lily. I'd need to establish a direct connection. Use my perception of dimensional energies to locate the key fragment and extract it. Dissolve it. Make it part of the barrier itself instead of a tool to breach it. The risks? Unknown. I've never done anything like this before. Ash met her eyes. But the alternative is letting Lily spend the rest of her life as a weapon waiting to be used. I don't think any of us can accept that. Lusamine's expression was complicated, fear and hope and something else, something that looked almost like faith. Lily would need to consent. Of course. And if she refuses? Then we find another way. But we should give her the choice. They presented the option that evening, gathered around Lily's bed in the medical wing. She listened to Ash's explanation with the focused attention she'd always brought to complex problems, asking questions, probing weaknesses in the plan. You're saying you'd enter my mind, she said finally. Navigate my consciousness. Find the thing the Concordat put there and destroy it. Essentially, yes. What if you can't find it? What if it's hidden deeper than you can reach? Then I'll go deeper. And if you get lost? If the Concordat's influence in my mind attacks you? I'll deal with it. Lily studied him for a long moment. You're not telling me the full risks. I can see it in your expression. The full risks are that I might fail. That the attempt might damage your mind, or mine, or both. That the Concordat might use the connection to attack through us. Ash didn't look away. There's no guarantee this works. There's no guarantee either of us survives it intact. Then why try? Because you deserve to be free. Because the world deserves to be protected. Because, he stopped, organizing thoughts that didn't want to form into words. Because I don't know how to give up on people I care about. Even when giving up would be easier. Lily smiled, a real smile, warm and sad and somehow peaceful. That's very you. Is that a yes? It's a, let me think about it. She looked around at the faces surrounding her, her mother, her brother, the friends who'd risked everything to bring her home. can I have some time? This is a lot to process. Of course. Take as long as you need. They filed out, leaving her alone with her thoughts. But as Ash reached the door, her voice stopped him. Ash? Yeah. Thank you. For coming for me. For not giving up. Her eyes glistened. Whatever I decide, thank you. Always, Lily. Always. She gave her answer the next morning. Do it, she said simply. I've spent too long being afraid. Being a victim. Being a weapon someone else built. Her jaw set with determination. It ends today. They prepared in one of Aether's specialized chambers, a room designed for dimensional research, now repurposed for something far more personal. Lily lay on a medical bed, surrounded by monitoring equipment. Ash sat beside her, Pikachu curled at his feet. Are you sure about this? He asked one final time. No. But I'm doing it anyway. She reached for his hand. Isn't that what courage is? Being afraid and acting anyway? Something like that. He closed his eyes and began. Lily's consciousness was unlike anything Ash had experienced. Where ultra-space felt like void, endless, hungry, pressing against identity, her mind felt like a garden. Memories grew in intricate patterns, interconnected, supporting each other. Emotions bloomed in colors that defied description. Fears lurked in shadowed corners, but so did hopes, dreams, moments of pure joy that lit up the landscape like stars. And at the center of it all, rooted deep, the key fragment pulsed with alien light. You came. Lily's inner voice, but different here. More direct. More honest. I felt you enter. It's strange. Having someone else in my thoughts. Strange for me too. I'll try to be respectful. Don't worry about respectful. Worry about thorough. Her presence guided him through the layers of her consciousness, pointing out landmarks, explaining structures. The key is there. In the deepest part. Where the Nihilego first touched me. Ash moved toward it, navigating carefully. The closer he got, the more he felt the Concordat's influence, a residue of their vast consciousness, embedded in the key fragment itself. It watched him approach with something that might have been curiosity. Little King. The whisper seemed to come from the key itself. Even here, you pursue us. Even in the most intimate spaces, you refuse to yield. That's kind of my thing. Your determination is admirable. But ultimately meaningless. The girl is already ours. This fragment is merely a manifestation, destroy it, and we will simply create another. You cannot sever her connection to us any more than you could sever her connection to her own memories. Watch me. He reached for the key with his perception of dimensional energies. It resisted, the thing was designed to be permanent, unremovable, part of its host's fundamental architecture. But Ash didn't try to remove it. He transformed it instead. The key fragment was made of barrier energy, twisted and corrupted to serve the Concordat's purposes. But barrier energy was barrier energy, regardless of how it had been shaped. And Ash, through his connection to the Tapus, had learned something the Concordat didn't expect. The barrier wasn't just a wall. It was a network. A living thing, constantly regenerating, constantly adapting to threats. And it wanted its stolen pieces back. He reached through the key to the barrier itself. Made a connection. Opened a channel. The barrier responded. Energy flooded through, not destructive, but cleansing. The Concordat's corruption burned away as the key fragment was reintegrated into its original source. What had been a weapon became what it was always meant to be, a small piece of the dimensional barrier, present in Lily's consciousness but no longer threatening. The Concordat's scream of frustrated rage echoed through dimensions. No. You can't, this isn't, we will return. We will find another way. Your world cannot, the connection severed. The key fragment dissolved. And in the silence that followed, Ash felt Lily's consciousness, whole, clean, finally free. Is it over? Her inner voice was tentative. It feels lighter. Like a weight I didn't know I was carrying has finally been lifted. It's over. You're free. Thank you. Warmth, gratitude, something even deeper that she didn't have words for. Thank you, Ash. For everything. He withdrew from her consciousness carefully, returning to his own body with the gentleness of someone handling something precious. And when he opened his eyes, Lily was smiling. It worked, she whispered. I can feel it. They're gone. Really gone this time. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Happy tears. Free tears. Ash took her hand and held on. The Celestial Festival arrived the next day. They attended as a group, Ash, Lily, Glad-Ion, Lusamine, all the friends who'd fought and struggled and risked everything over the past year. The celebration was magnificent, traditional dances, spectacular displays of Pokémon abilities, the alignment of cosmic forces that occurred only once every century. And somewhere beyond the dimensional barrier, the Concordat watched and seethed and planned. But they were diminished now. Their tools destroyed, their agents captured, their carefully laid schemes reduced to nothing. It would take them decades, perhaps centuries, to rebuild enough influence to try again. And by then, this world would be ready. It's beautiful, Lily said, watching the celestial lights dance across the sky. She stood close to Ash, their shoulders nearly touching. I never thought I'd be able to enjoy something like this. For so long, I was too afraid. Too broken. You were never broken. Just wounded. Ash glanced at her. And wounds heal. With help. The right kind of help. She turned to face him fully. I want to do something. After tonight. Something that matters. What kind of something? I want to become a trainer. A real one. Not just someone who can tolerate Pokémon, someone who can partner with them. Travel with them. Maybe help others who are struggling the way I was. You'd be good at that. You think so? I know so. You understand fear from the inside. You know what it takes to overcome it. That's something most trainers never learn. Lily smiled, and in the celestial light, she looked like a different person than the terrified girl Ash had first met. Someone stronger. Someone ready. Will you help me? Teach me what you know. I'll do you one better. He reached into his pocket and produced a pokeball, ordinary-looking, unremarkable. This is Snowy. An Alolan Vulpix. She's been living at the conservation facility since she was rescued 6 months ago. The staff says she's ready for a trainer, but she's picky. Only bonds with people she trusts completely. Lily took the pokeball with trembling hands. You think she'd trust me? Only one way to find out. She pressed the release button. The Vulpix emerged in a flash of light, small, white, with eyes that sparkled like fresh snow. She looked at Lily, tilted her head, and made a soft questioning sound. Lily knelt down slowly, carefully, her old fear flickering at the edges of her expression. But she didn't run. Didn't freeze. Just extended her hand and waited. Snowy sniffed the offered fingers. Considered. Decided. Then she climbed into Lily's arms and nuzzled against her chest with a contented purr. Oh, Lily breathed. Oh, she's beautiful. She's yours. If you want her. I want her. Lily looked up at Ash with tears in her eyes, happy tears, free tears, the tears of someone finally stepping into the life they were meant to live. Thank you. For everything. For more than I can ever say. You don't have to say anything. Just, be happy. That's thanks enough. The celestial lights continued their dance above them. And for one perfect moment, everything was exactly as it should be. Later that night, after the festival ended and the crowds dispersed, Ash found himself alone on the observation deck of Aether Paradise. The stars were brilliant overhead, unmarred by clouds or light pollution. He stood at the railing, Pikachu dozing on his shoulder, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. "You're leaving again, aren't you?" He didn't turn. He'd known Lusamine would find him eventually. Not yet. But soon. He finally looked at her. There are other regions to explore. Other challenges to face. I can't keep doing this, living in one place, running one organization. It's not who I am. I know. She came to stand beside him, her shoulder almost touching his. I've always known. You're a wanderer at heart. A traveler. Someone who finds meaning in movement. Does that bother you? It terrifies me. Her voice was soft. Because somewhere along the way, I started wanting you to stay. Started imagining what it would be like to have you here. Always. Lusamine. I'm not asking for anything. She turned to face him fully. I know how unfair that would be. You have your journey, your dreams, your life to live. I have no right to ask you to give that up. It wouldn't be giving up. It would be choosing something different. He reached for her hand. And I don't know what I'm choosing yet. Everything's been moving so fast, the Foundation, the Concordat, the dimensional stuff. I haven't had time to think about what comes after. And when you have time, then I'll figure it out. He squeezed her hand gently. But I want you to know something. Whatever I decide, wherever I end up, you matter to me. What we've been through together, it changed me. Made me into someone I couldn't have become alone. You did the same for me. Her voice caught slightly. More than you know. They stood in silence, hands linked, watching the stars wheel overhead. There were no answers yet. No clear paths forward. Just two people who'd found something unexpected in each other, trying to figure out what it meant. Come with me, Ash said suddenly. Lusamine blinked. What? When I leave. Come with me. Not forever, just for a while. See what it's like to travel, to explore, to live without the weight of the Foundation on your shoulders. He smiled. Glad Ion can handle things here. He's been ready for months. And you've been carrying responsibilities since before I was born. Maybe it's time to set them down. I couldn't possibly, the Foundation needs, I have obligations, the Foundation needs a healthy leader who's not burning herself out. Your obligations include taking care of yourself. He held her gaze steadily. I'm not asking you to abandon anything. I'm asking you to try something new. Just for a while. Just to see what happens. Lusamine stared at him, her expression cycling through emotions too fast to track. Surprise. Uncertainty. Fear. And beneath all of it, something that looked almost like hope. You're serious, she finally said. I'm serious. This is insane. I'm twice your age. I have children, responsibilities, a history of making terrible decisions, and I'm a teenage trainer with a habit of throwing myself into impossible situations. Neither of us is exactly conventional. He smiled. Maybe that's why it works. Does it work? I don't know yet. But I'd like to find out. He raised her hand to his lips and pressed a gentle kiss to her knuckles. What do you say, Lusamine? Want to go on an adventure? She laughed, a sound of pure, surprised delight. You're impossible. Is that a yes? A moment of silence. Then, slowly, a smile spread across her face. Yes. God help me, yes. Let's go on an adventure. The stars continued their eternal dance above them. And for the first time in longer than either of them could remember, the future felt full of possibility. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, dawn of the king. The invasion began at sunrise. Ash felt it before he saw it, a rupture in the dimensional fabric, a wound torn through the barrier he'd learned to perceive as intimately as his own heartbeat. He was on his feet before the alarm started, Pikachu already sparking at his side. What's happening? Lusamine emerged from her quarters, still pulling on her jacket. They'd been staying at a research outpost on Pony Island, taking a few days to plan their upcoming journey before the official handover to Gladion. The Concordat. Ash crossed to the window and saw what he'd felt. They're not waiting for us to come to them. The sky above Alola had cracked open. Ultra wormholes bloomed across the horizon like poisonous flowers, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, tearing through the barrier at points Ash hadn't known were vulnerable. Through each aperture, shapes were emerging. Buzzwole. Pheromosa. Xurkitree. Celesteela. Kartana. Guzzlord. Every ultra beast catalogued in Aether's databases, and some that had never been seen before. And at the center of the largest wormhole, something vast and terrible was taking form. A consciousness made manifest, the Concordat's primary awareness projecting itself into physical space for the first time in millennia. The seal, Lusamine breathed. It's failing. Not failing. Being broken. Ash's connection to the barrier screamed with information, attack vectors, pressure points, the precise methodology of the assault. They've been probing for months, mapping every weakness. This is their final push. Can you stop it? Not alone. He turned from the window, already calculating, planning, refusing to give in to the despair that clawed at his chest. But I'm not alone. His communicator was in his hand, broadcasting to every frequency Aether monitored. All units, this is Ash Ketchum. Code Omega. The Concordat is initiating full-scale invasion. I need every trainer, every Pokémon, every resource we have mobilized immediately. This is not a drill. The responses came in waves. Gladion from Aether Paradise, already deploying security forces. Kiawe from Wella Volcano, rallying the fire-type trainers under his command. Lana from Brooklet Hill, coordinating water-type response teams. Mallow, Sophocles, Wick, Burnett, everyone he'd worked with, everyone who'd believed in what they were building, answering the call. And then another voice, one he hadn't expected. Ash. Professor Kukui's face appeared on his screen, grim but determined. The island kahunas are with you. Hala, Olivia, Nanu, Hapu, they're mobilizing their forces now. And the island guardians are already here, Ash finished. He could feel them, Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Bulu, Tapu Fini, converging on the points of greatest danger, their ancient power rising to meet the threat they've been created to oppose. What do you need from us? Everything. Everyone. This isn't a battle we can win with conventional forces, the Concordat has been planning this for longer than human civilization has existed. But if we can hold them long enough, by time for me to reach the primary wormhole. You're going after the source. It's the only way. The satellite wormholes are drawing power from the main breach. If I can close that, force the Concordat's primary consciousness back into ultra space, the others will collapse. Kukui nodded slowly. It's suicide, you know. Going up against their core manifestation alone. I won't be alone. Ash looked at Pikachu, at Lusamine, at the team of Pokémon who'd been with him through everything. I've never been alone. Then do what you have to do. We'll hold the line. The communication ended. Ash turned to Lusamine. You should get to Aether Paradise. Help coordinate the defense from there. No. Her voice was quiet but absolute. I'm coming with you. Lusamine, don't. She stepped closer, her green eyes fierce. I spent years serving the Concordat without knowing it. I hurt my children, my organization, myself, all because I was too weak to resist their influence. Now I have a chance to fight back. To make what I did mean something. This could be a one-way trip. Then we'll make it together. She took his hand. I'm not asking for permission, Ash. I'm telling you how it's going to be. He looked at her for a long moment, this woman who'd started as a crisis to be solved and become something he couldn't quite name. Then he nodded. Okay. Together. They commandeered an ether transport and flew toward the primary wormhole. Below them, Alola had become a battlefield. Ultra beasts rampaged through cities and wilderness alike, their alien forms leaving devastation in their wake. But the people weren't fleeing. Trainers of every age and skill level had emerged to fight, their Pokémon partners standing beside them against impossible odds. Ash saw Hala on Melee Island, his Hariyama holding the line against a swarm of Buzzwole. Olivia on Akala, commanding her rock types in a strategic defense of Heahea City. Nanu on Ula, his dark types slipping through shadows to strike at vulnerable targets. Hapu on Pony, her ground types literally reshaping the terrain to channel enemy forces into kill zones. And everywhere, ordinary people doing extraordinary things. A young trainer with a single Rattata, buying time for civilians to evacuate. An elderly woman with a Macamp, protecting a school full of children. A group of tourists, their rental Pokémon untrained for combat, still fighting because there was no one else. They're amazing, Lusamine whispered. They're Alolan. Ash smiled despite everything. This is what people do when they believe in something. The primary wormhole loomed before them now, a maelstrom of impossible colors, reality itself twisting around the breach. The Concordat's core manifestation had fully emerged, and seeing it stole the breath from Ash's lungs. It was vast. A mountain of consciousness given form, tentacles of dark energy reaching toward the earth, eyes that contained the accumulated awareness of 1 billion consumed minds. It looked at them as they approached, and Ash felt its attention like a physical weight. Little King. The voice pressed into his thoughts, familiar and terrible. You've come to witness the end of your world. I've come to stop it. Stop it? Amusement rippled through the connection. Look around you. Your champions fight bravely, but they cannot win. For every creature they defeat, 10 more emerge. The seal crumbles. The door opens. Your world becomes ours. Not while I'm standing. Then we will see to it that you fall. The Concordat's attention focused fully on their transport. A tentacle of dark energy reached toward them, moving with impossible speed. Jump! Ash grabbed Lusamine and leaped from the aircraft a moment before the tentacle struck. They fell toward the earth, wind tearing at their clothes, the ground rushing up to meet them. Charizard. Ash's Pokeball flew from his hand, releasing the fire type he'd carried with him since Kanto. The great dragon caught them both, wings straining against the dimensional turbulence, pulling them away from the wreckage of their transport. That was close, Lusamine gasped. It's going to get closer. Ash directed Charizard toward a rocky outcropping near the wormhole's base. We need to get inside that thing. Find the core. Disrupt it from within. How do we get inside a manifestation of pure consciousness? The same way I got into Lily's mind. I reach for the barrier, establish a connection, and push through. That nearly killed you last time. Last time, I was being careful. Ash's jaw set. This time, I'm not. They landed on the outcropping, Charizard taking position beside them. Around them, the battle raged, Alolan defenders versus an endless tide of ultra beasts, neither side giving ground. The Tapu Guardians had engaged the Concordat directly, their ancient power clashing against the entity's dark energy in displays that defied description. But they couldn't win. Not alone. The Concordat was too vast, too powerful, drawing strength from ultra space itself. Without someone to strike at its core. Are you ready? Ash asked. No. Lusamine's smile was brittle. But I'm done letting that stop me. He took her hand. Closed his eyes. reached for the barrier. And pushed. The inside of the Concordat was worse than ultra-space. Where the void had been empty, this was full, crowded with stolen mines, consumed civilizations, the remnants of countless worlds the entity had devoured over millennia. They pressed against Ash's consciousness from every direction, some hostile, some desperate, some so alien that contact with them threatened to shatter his sanity. But Lusamine was with him. Her hand in his, her mind touching his, two flames burning together against the infinite dark. You cannot survive here, the Concordat's voice surrounded them, coming from everywhere and nowhere. This is our domain. Our being. You are intruders, parasites, tiny sparks that we will snuff out at our leisure. Then snuff us, Ash said. If you can. He began to move, navigating through the chaos of consumed consciousness. The core was somewhere deeper, the original Nihilego collective that had begun the Concordat's existence, now expanded beyond recognition but still the heart of everything it was. The entity tried to stop them. Tendrils of dark energy reached for their minds, attempting to separate them, to isolate and consume. But Ash's connection to the barrier gave him tools to resist, and Lusamine's fierce will provided an anchor when his own flagged. They pushed through layers of alien memory. Past civilizations that had risen and fallen before Earth even formed. Witnessed technologies and magics that defied comprehension. Felt the weight of time that the Concordat had accumulated, the terrible patience of a predator that could wait for eons. And finally, they reached the core. It was beautiful, in a horrible way. A crystalline structure of pure consciousness, pulsing with the energy of everything the Concordat had ever absorbed. The original Nihilego were still visible within it, not individuals anymore, but components of a greater whole, their forms merged into something that transcended their origins. You've reached us, the Concordat acknowledged. Impressive. No prey has ever penetrated this deeply. But what did you hope to accomplish? This is our heart, our foundation, the seat of our power. You cannot destroy it without destroying yourselves. Maybe that's the price, Ash said quietly. Lusamine's hand tightened on his. Ash, I'm not planning to die here. But if that's what it takes to stop this thing. He looked at her, at the woman who'd become so much more than he'd expected. I'd rather go out fighting than watch everyone I care about be consumed. Then we go together. Her voice was steady. No more sacrifices. No more one of us dying while the other watches. If this is the end, we face it side by side. How touching. The Concordat's amusement was palpable. Your courage is admirable. But courage changes nothing. You are two minds against billions. Two flames against an ocean. There is nothing you can do. You're wrong. Ash reached for the barrier one final time. But this time, he didn't try to channel it through himself. He tried to channel himself through it. The seal was a network. A living thing. Connected to every point of stability in the dimensional fabric. And Ash, through his connection to the Tapus, had learned something the Concordat had never considered possible. The barrier didn't just keep ultra-space out. It could be used to push things back in. He opened himself completely, dropped every defense, abandoned every limit, became a conduit for the barrier's full power. Energy flooded through him, more than any human mind should be able to handle. He felt himself beginning to burn, his consciousness starting to fray at the edges. But Lusamine was there. Her hand in his, her mind touching his, holding him together when he should have shattered. And the barrier responded. The seal's full power surged through their connection into the heart of the Concordat. Not destructive, the entity was too vast to destroy, but repulsive. Rejecting. The barrier remembered what it was made for, and it pushed. The Concordat screamed. Its core consciousness recoiled, torn away from the physical manifestation it had created. The billions of absorbed minds it contained were forced back through the breach, dragged into ultra-space by the same power that had originally sealed them there. No. This is impossible. We are eternal. We are infinite. You cannot, watch me. Ash pushed harder. The barrier's energy intensified, flowing through him and Lusamine in a torrent that should have destroyed them both. The wormholes across Alola began to collapse, their power source severed. Ultra beasts were sucked back through shrinking apertures, returning to the dimension they'd invaded from. And the primary breach, the wound in reality the Concordat had torn open, began to close. The entity's physical form dissolved as its consciousness was forced back through the narrowing gap. Its scream of frustrated rage echoed across dimensions, a promise of vengeance that would span millennia. We will return. We always return. Your world is merely delayed, not saved. When we come again, we will, the wormhole sealed. Silence. Ash opened his eyes and found himself lying on the rocky outcropping. Lusamine collapsed beside him. Every muscle in his body screamed with exhaustion. His mind felt hollow, scraped clean by the power he'd channeled. But he was alive. They were both alive. Did we? Lusamine's voice was barely a whisper. Did we win? Ash looked up at the sky. Clear blue, unmarred by wormholes or dark energy. The Concordat's manifestation was gone, its forces banished. Across Alola, the surviving Ultra Beasts were being rounded up or retreating through the few remaining apertures before they closed completely. Yeah. He managed something like a smile. We won. Then why do I feel like I'm dying? Because you almost did. We both almost did. He reached for her hand, finding it through the fog of exhaustion. But we didn't. That's what matters. I suppose it is. Her fingers intertwined with his. Ash? Yeah. When I can move again, I'm going to kiss you. Just so you know. He laughed, a weak sound, barely audible, but genuine. Looking forward to it. They lay there on the rocks, watching the sky clear, listening to the distant sounds of celebration as Alola realized the invasion was over. Around them, rescue teams were mobilizing, tending to the injured, beginning the long work of recovery. But for this moment, none of that mattered. They'd faced the end of the world together. And they'd won. The aftermath was both devastating and inspiring. The damage across Alola was significant, buildings destroyed, infrastructure damaged, lives lost. But the casualties were far fewer than they could have been. The coordinated defense had worked, protecting civilians while professional forces engaged the invaders. And the spirit of the people remained unbroken. Ash spent the following days in recovery, his body and mind slowly healing from the strain of channeling the barrier's power. Lusamine stayed close, her own recovery intertwined with his. They didn't talk much, there wasn't energy for it, but the silence was comfortable. Understanding. When he was finally strong enough to move around, Ash found the world had changed in his absence. Glad-Ion had managed the crisis brilliantly, coordinating Aether's response while Ash was incapacitated. The Foundation's forces had been instrumental in the defense, and their reputation, already improved by Ash's reforms, had soared. People who'd once viewed Aether with suspicion now saw them as heroes. The island kahunas were pressing for formal recognition of Ash's role in the victory. They wanted ceremonies, honors, official acknowledgement of the boy who'd faced down a cosmic horror and won. And everywhere Ash went, people thanked him. Bowed to him. Treated him like something more than human. It made him deeply uncomfortable. You're going to have to get used to it, Lusamine told him as they walked through Aether Paradise's gardens. She'd recovered faster than he had, her involvement in the final confrontation had been supporting rather than primary, and the strain had been correspondingly less. I don't want to get used to it. I just did what needed to be done. You saved the world. People tend to remember that sort of thing. You helped. Everyone helped. The Tapus, the Kahunas, every trainer who fought, and they'll be honored too. But you were the one who faced the Concordat directly. Who channeled power that should have destroyed you. She stopped walking, turning to face him. You did something impossible, Ash. Let yourself acknowledge that. He was quiet for a moment, watching a pair of butterfree dance through the garden flowers. When I was inside the Concordat, he said slowly, I saw something. The minds it had consumed, they weren't just gone. They were still there, still aware in some way, trapped in that thing forever. His voice caught. That's what it wanted to do to everyone. Every person, every Pokemon, every living thing on this planet. Absorb them into itself, keep them conscious but powerless, fuel for its endless hunger. But you stopped it. For now. It's still out there. Still waiting. It told me it would return. Then we'll be ready. Lusamine took his hand. This world knows what's coming now. We can prepare, build defenses, strengthen the seal. The Concordat may have millennia of patience, but so do we. We don't have millennia. We're mortal. We are. But what we build isn't. She gestured around them, at the garden, the paradise, the people going about their lives. That's what you've taught me. One person can't last forever, but the things they create can. The institutions they build. The people they inspire. Ash looked at her, really looked, seeing not the remote president he'd first encountered but the woman she'd become. Someone who'd faced her own darkness and emerged transformed. Someone who'd stood beside him against impossible odds and refused to let go. When did you get so wise? He asked. I had a good teacher. She smiled. An annoying one, sometimes, but good. Annoying? Very. He kept telling me that doing the right thing was more important than being comfortable. Extremely irritating. He sounds terrible. The worst. She stepped closer, her hand still in his. But I wouldn't change him for anything. They stood in the garden, surrounded by flowers and sunlight and the gentle sounds of Pokemon going about their lives. The weight of everything they'd been through hung between them, and the promise of everything that might come next. So, Ash said finally. That adventure we talked about. Still interested? More than ever. Her eyes sparkled. Where did you have in mind? Anywhere. Everywhere. I've competed in leagues across 7 regions, but I've never really explored. Never took time to just see things. Experience places without rushing toward the next battle. That sounds wonderful. It won't be comfortable. We'll be sleeping in Pokemon centers and camping in wilderness. No luxury, no staff, no one to handle problems for us. I think I can manage. Her smile turned playful. I survived the inside of a cosmic horror. A tent shouldn't be too challenging. You might be surprised. Tents can be tricky. Then you'll teach me. She raised their joined hands, studying them. That seems to be what you do. Teach people to be better than they thought they could be. I just helped them find what was already there. Same thing, differently stated. She looked up at him, her expression softening. Ash. Before we go anywhere, there's something I need to say. What? Thank you. For seeing something in me worth saving when I couldn't see it myself. For giving me chances I didn't deserve. For being patient when I made mistakes and firm when I needed correction. Her voice wavered slightly. You made me want to be better. And that's the greatest gift anyone has ever given me. Ash didn't know what to say. Words seemed inadequate for what he was feeling, this swell of emotion that defied easy categorization. So he did what he'd done in the cavern, in the garden, in every moment when words failed him. He acted. The kiss was gentle, tentative, nothing like the dramatic declarations of fiction. Just 2 people who'd found each other in impossible circumstances, finally acknowledging what had grown between them. When they parted, Lusamine was crying, soft tears that caught the sunlight like diamonds. I've been wanting to do that for months, she admitted. So have I. He smiled. took us long enough. We had other priorities. Saving the world, fighting cosmic horrors, reforming corrupt organizations. The usual. Exactly. She laughed, the sound mixing with her tears. Ash Ketchum, you are the most impossible person I've ever met. You've said that before. It keeps being true. She kissed him again, briefly. Now. About that adventure. What about it? I have one condition. Name it. We come back. Eventually. Not forever, but. She gestured at the paradise around them. This is my home. My children are here. My work, my life, everything I've tried to build. I want to explore with you, but I need to know there's something to return to. Of course. This isn't goodbye, it's just the next chapter. He squeezed her hand. Besides, someone has to keep Gladion humble. He's been getting a bit full of himself lately. I heard that. Gladion's voice came from behind them. They turned to find him approaching across the garden, Sylvie at his side. And I'm not full of myself. I'm appropriately confident in my abilities. Same thing, differently stated. Hilarious. But Gladion was smiling as he reached them. I came to tell you that the Reconstruction Council meeting starts in an hour. They want you there, Ash. Both of you, actually. Another meeting? The joys of leadership. You should know, you created most of these committees. I was hoping they'd dissolve after the crisis. Organizations don't work that way. You build structures, they persist. Gladion's expression softened. But that's a good thing, isn't it? The systems you created are still functioning. People know what to do, how to coordinate, where to get help. That's your legacy. It's everyone's legacy. I just pointed in a direction. And that's enough. More than enough. Gladion extended his hand. Ash. Thank you. For everything you've done for my family. For giving us a chance to be what we should have been. Ash shook the offered hand. Take care of this place. And your mother when she gets back. I will. A rare genuine smile crossed Gladion's face. And Ash? Don't stay away too long. Lily's already planning to challenge you to a battle when you return. She's been training non-stop since the invasion. How's she doing? Better than any of us expected. The experience didn't break her, it made her stronger. She's already talking about starting her own journey, following in your footsteps. His voice carried pride and something like wonder. You changed her life. You changed all of our lives. She changed herself. I just helped. Same thing, differently stated, yes, I know. Ash laughed. You've all picked up my habits. The annoying ones, apparently. The Reconstruction Council meeting lasted 3 hours. Ash listened to reports, offered suggestions, deflected praise toward the people who'd actually done the work. The Alolan government was proposing new laws to protect against dimensional incursions. International authorities were requesting access to Aether's research on ultra-space. The League was considering special honors for trainers who distinguished themselves during the invasion. Through it all, Ash felt a growing sense of completion. Not ending, this work would never truly end, but transition. The systems he'd built were functioning. The people he'd trained were capable. The world was safer than it had been when he started. It was time for the next chapter. After the meeting, he gathered his closest friends for a final meal at Mallow's family restaurant. Mallow herself prepared the food, insisting that her culinary skills had improved dramatically since his arrival. She wasn't wrong, the dishes were exceptional. So you're really leaving, Lana said, her quiet voice carrying an undertone of sadness. After everything. Not forever. Just, for a while. Ash looked around the table at the faces that had become family. I came to Alola to compete in the Island Challenge. To grow as a trainer. And I did those things, but I also found something else. Purpose. Connection. A reason to fight beyond just getting stronger. You found us, Mallow said simply. I found you. And you found me. And together, we accomplished things I never could have done alone. He raised his glass. To the best friends a trainer could ask for. They drank. Laughed. Shared stories about the adventures they'd had and the adventures still to come. Kiawe talked about his plans to expand his fire-type training program. Lana described her research into aquatic Pokémon habitats. Sophocles outlined technical innovations that would improve dimensional monitoring. Mallow announced her intention to open a second restaurant, this one featuring dishes from other regions. They were all moving forward. All growing. All becoming more than they'd been when Ash first met them. That was the real victory, he realized. Not defeating the Concordat, that was just survival. The real victory was this, helping people become the best versions of themselves. Building communities that could face challenges together. Creating a world where the next crisis would be met by people who believed they could overcome it. The meal ended late, with promises to stay in touch and threats of what would happen if Ash didn't visit regularly. He hugged each of them in turn, trying to memorize the moment, knowing that things would never be quite the same again. Good. Same was comfortable, but growth required change. The morning of his departure dawned clear and golden. Ash stood on Aether Paradise's main dock, his bag packed, his Pokémon at his side. The transport that would carry him and Lusamine to the mainland waited at anchor, its crew making final preparations. Gladion was there to see them off, along with Lily, Wick, and a small gathering of Aether employees who'd become friends over the past year. No grand ceremony, Ash had specifically requested against that, just people who cared saying goodbye. You're sure about this? Gladion asked one final time. The Foundation is yours as much as anyone's. You could stay. I could. But I shouldn't. Ash clapped him on the shoulder. You're ready. More than ready. And Aether needs a leader who's fully committed, not one with wandering feet. Wandering feet. Gladion's mouth twitched toward a smile. You're going to be insufferable about this, aren't you? The great hero, walking off into the sunset. Sunrise, actually. Much more poetic. Much more annoying. They embraced briefly, two rivals who'd become something closer to brothers through shared struggle. Lily stepped forward next, Snowy the Vulpix cradled in her arms. The transformation in her was remarkable, no longer the frightened girl who couldn't bear Pokémon contact, but a confident young trainer with fire in her eyes. You'd better come back, she said. I've been training specifically to beat you. I'd expect nothing less. Ash knelt to pet Snowy, who purred contentedly. Take care of her. And take care of yourself. I will. Lily hesitated, then threw her arms around him. Thank you. For everything. For believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself. Always, Lily. Always. Wick was next, her professional demeanor softened by genuine emotion. The Foundation won't be the same without you, Ash. But perhaps that's appropriate. You didn't come here to maintain the status quo, you came to change it. Now it's time for us to sustain that change on our own. You'll do great. All of you. We'll try to live up to your example. Don't. Live up to your own. That's more than enough. And finally, Lusamine. She'd been standing back, watching the goodbyes, her expression complicated but peaceful. When Ash reached her, she took his hand without speaking. Ready? He asked. Not remotely. Her smile was brilliant. Let's go anyway. They boarded the transport together. The engines hummed to life, and the vessel began moving away from the dock. Ash stood at the rail, watching Aether Paradise recede, the gleaming towers, the conservation habitats, the people waving from the dock. A chapter of his life was ending. But another was beginning. Where to first? Lusamine asked, joining him at the rail. Kanto. I want you to meet my mother. She'll love you. Are you sure about that? I'm significantly older than you, have a complicated history, and nearly ended the world through my own foolishness. She once let me leave home at 10 years old with nothing but a Pikachu and a dream. She's flexible about unconventional life choices. Lusamine laughed, that full, genuine sound that Ash had come to love. Then Kanto it is. And after that? Johto. Hoenn. Sinnoh. Unova. Kalos. Galar. Every region I've visited, seen through fresh eyes. And then the regions I haven't, places no one I know has ever been. That sounds like a lifetime of traveling. Good thing we have a lifetime, then. She leaned against him, her shoulder touching his. The sun was climbing higher, casting golden light across the ocean. Behind them, Alola grew smaller. Ahead, the horizon stretched endlessly. Ash? Yeah. I love you. I don't know when it started or how it happened, but I do. Completely and absolutely. He turned to face her, taking both her hands in his. I love you too. The woman you've become. The person you're still becoming. All of it. Even the complicated history and the nearly ending the world. Especially those parts. They're how you got here. How we got here. He kissed her forehead gently. No regrets. No second thoughts. Just forward. Just forward, she agreed. The transport carried them toward the horizon. Behind them, Aether Paradise disappeared into the distance, entrusted to new hands. Somewhere, the Concordat lurked in ultra-space, planning its eventual return. Somewhere, new challenges were forming, new adventures waiting to be discovered. But that was the future. Right now, there was just the two of them, the open ocean, and all the possibilities stretching out before them. Ash Ketchum had been many things in his life. A trainer. A champion. A reformer. A savior. A king, in everything but name. Now he would discover what came next. And whatever it was, he wouldn't face it alone. Epilogue. 1 year later the letter arrived at Aether Paradise on a bright spring morning. Glad Ion found it in the day's communications, a simple message, handwritten rather than digital, postmarked from a small town in northern Sinnoh. He opened it with something between anticipation and trepidation. Glad Ion, Lusamine and I are in Snowpoint City. The cold is brutal, but the ice-type Pokemon here are incredible. We've been studying under a local expert. Turns out there's still a lot I don't know about certain types. The journey has been everything I hoped and more. We've seen things I never imagined, met people who've expanded my understanding of what's possible. Lusamine sends her love, says to tell you and Lily that she's happy. Actually happy, not the performance she used to give. I've been thinking about what comes next. Not return, not yet, but purpose. There's so much work to be done out here. So many places where people need help, where Pokemon need protection, where the bond between them could be stronger. I think I might stay a wanderer for a while longer. Not because I'm running from anything, but because there's value in someone who moves between places. Someone who carries lessons learned in one region to another. Someone who connects communities that would otherwise never meet. Tell everyone I miss them. Tell them I'll be back eventually. And tell them. Tell them to keep being amazing. The world needs more people like them. Your friend, Ash. P.S. There's a trainer in the Sinnoh League this year who reminds me of you. Same intensity, same drive, same refusal to quit even when the odds are impossible. Keep an eye on the broadcasts. I think you'll be impressed. Glad Ion set down the letter and looked out his window at the paradise below. Employees went about their work, Pokémon played in the habitats, and the sun cast everything in warm light. Ash wasn't here. But his influence remained in every aspect of how this place functioned. In the ethics policies. In the training programs. In the fundamental belief that doing the right thing mattered more than convenience or profit. That was legacy, Gladion realized. Not buildings or titles or monuments. Just the ongoing impact of choices made by someone who cared. He folded the letter carefully and placed it in his desk drawer with the others. Then he stood, straightened his jacket, and went back to work. There was a world to protect. And somewhere out there, Ash was still fighting for it.